Welcome everyone to Group E's match. This should be a pretty exciting match. Got a lot of great players in here, and I'm joined again with Polina.
Hello.
What's going on?
Not much. Just been looking forward to this match pretty much ever since it was announced. And yeah,
Yeah,
really
this
interested to see how this will play out.
this should be a fun one. I'm hoping. Uh, hopefully Feinberger doesn't just shit on everyone,
Yeah, not on live
right?
TV, of course.
Clueless.
So, so today we've got Doug the Pig, Feinberg, Retropog, Colin Henry, Rollup, and Silvaria. That's a pretty stacked lineup, I think. What do you think, Oliver?
Yeah, definitely. I am not sure about everyone here's AA experience, but I mean, I can definitely speak to Doug Feinberg and Collins, and then these other runners have at least had quite a bit of any percent experience, and um, I think at least Silveria and maybe like Retropog has practice for this, so I think it should be an exciting match. I think there's a lot
Yeah,
of good skill here.
definitely. And right off the bat, we see different strategies. Some people going for example, like Doug and Colin. And Feinberg first heating up the Savannah Blacksmith, along with some other people who did the same thing. I think what if you roll an iron pickaxe from that, that's potentially a bigger time save than having uh, TNT available to you right at the
Yeah,
start.
yeah, I would say so. There is also that temple that should be close to the village, but I think just based on that blacksmith loot and then also kind of where you respond, doing village first here
Hmm.
is definitely the play. I guess
Yeah,
you don't know what the blacksmith loot is, so you kind of have to play for some amount of iron, but um, it shouldn't matter too much in the end. We'll probably get similar nether enters from all these players unless they decide to go to an outpost or something.
yeah. Usually we see players enter at the same time unless they prefer overworld advancements, like as you said, Outpost, and perhaps sometimes even other things. Oh, Rajapal almost dying to this golem. That is kind of scary, but seems to be doing just fine.
Yep. Uh, Doug's also taking care of this golem. And yeah, I think this is pretty standard kind of AA overworld play right now. Nothing too out of
Mm-hmm.
the ordinary.
Yeah. So trackers should start updating pretty soon as people start pausing for something, but if they don't, we usually will see a pause after they enter the Nether. So right now, it seems Feinberg is at 10 and then Rollup is at 0, which is absolutely incorrect, and we'll see them update, so don't you worry, guys. Rollup gets a blown up temple. Oh no.
Oh, there's no way. I
Oh,
100% checked that there was no mobs in the temples. I don't want that to happen again, so that is just awful, awful RNG.
oh. Having
Wow.
to restart that, and I did jinx it because now Rollup is indeed at 0. Oh my god.
Yeah. Why would you
I'll
say
stop
that?
talking. I will stop talking.
Damn. All right. It looks like we're gonna see Feinberg with the Nether Enter. Probably followed closely by Doug as he crafts his bucket and makes his way over to the lava pool, I'm assuming.
Probably just looking for a lava pool.
Yeah.
Uh, Switching hitboxes on and off, so must be looking for some entity perhaps, but not really sure. But in the meantime, I think Retropunk is actually going to be the second one to enter.
Yeah, I think Doug's looking for a fish here, to go for like tactical fishing and then maybe fishy
Mm-hmm.
business or something. It doesn't take very much
Potentially,
time,
yes.
but it's helpful for
Mm-hmm.
the first elim.
Yeah. So we see Feinberg just rushing the Nether without really front-loading any advancements. Taking some heavy damage
Feinberg!
and dying!
Wow!
Feinberg dying in the first 4 minutes was not on my bingo card today, but hell yeah, I'm drinking to that.
Damn! Okay, the Hoglins just. Yeah, three Hoglins. And Feinberg didn't make backups of his world. He's so confident. Okay, but here we go. I mean, honestly, 4 minutes isn't insane in the grand scheme of things, or it's about 5 minutes now. But that might be enough to maybe like be a first elimination or something.
Uh,
Maybe
hmm.
if Rollup can clutch up. Imagine
We'll see. We'll see. Feinberg first elimination sounds
that.
kind of crazy to me,
You never
but
know. He
you
might die
never
in the
know.
bridge again.
Yeah, you just spawned additional Hogwins on his world file. You just
Yeah.
slid onto his DMs. People love doing that. People love DMing Feinberg.
Okay, we'll see if Retropog is able to deal with this bridge a tiny bit better.
Okay, taking a different path, already much safer, no Hoglins inside so far.
Nice, nice.
Oh, okay. Came from above. Um,
Wow.
Dude, what is happening?
Most dangerous bridge ever.
Don't you? I just can't help myself. This is just the way I am, I guess.
Okay, two
And
more
we've got,
Neverwinters.
yes, Doug and Colin. We'll see if their bridge is as dangerous as it was for Feinberg.
Yeah. Looks like Retropog's finished mining the chalice, and he's gonna make a kind of makeshift trading hole here. This is a like double bad side, or double single
Mm-hmm.
chest, whatever you want to call it, bridge, but there is still enough obby for 20 obby, so um, it shouldn't be too much of a time loss to only have single chests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh my god, how do you have a Hoglin there? Oliver, you've done some.
This is wild.
Yeah.
I promise I had no idea about the Hoglin infestation. Retropod pushed into the
Oh
lava. Actually,
no!
most dangerous bridge ever.
What is that seed? Oh
I,
my god.
I thought bridge would have been nice. Like, yeah, you get a free lodestone. Everyone's happy.
This is what Crimson Bridge does to motherfuckers.
But wow, Hoglin's
Hoglins to
2-0.
succeed. Yeah. That is very, very true. Very, very true. So we've got three people restarting the seed. We'll see if others survive this absolutely cursed bridge.
Yeah. Uh, did Retropunk actually reset, or is he just gonna try and play on this world, even with the lava death?
I'm not sure. I did not see.
Because his tracker still says 18, but there's a chance it might just be still tracking the old world, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. I guess we'll see if Retro hits up the temple. We'll just head straight to the. Well, I guess if he died in lava, then it's just everything is gone. So I don't know what you would do.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for him, but
Mm-hmm.
I think the
Oh, he
plays.
didn't reset?
Yeah, I don't think he did.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is probably the right play though, just because if you reset at this point, you're almost
Yeah,
assuredly
you
going to be
lose
eliminated
your.
first.
Mm-hmm. What is Fine doing? Fine is a. I think Fine went for some overworld advancements that he didn't go for last time. Like tactical fishing, I didn't see it last time. So that's why he's entering kind of slower on his second attempt, but this could potentially guarantee that he's not the first elimination,
Hmm.
since he does that.
We will
Oh,
see
Rollup
the.
dying! No!
Oh, damn. I didn't even see what that was too. I feel really bad for Roleb's temple,
Yeah.
but there's really not much you can do. I played around with like a data pack that would stop mobs from spawning in temples completely, but it didn't really work.
Mm.
But maybe in the future I'll get that sorted out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we've got Feinberg cranking out on those Hoglins. Seems to be much safer this time around.
Yep, he's actually able to get to the chalice this time. Okay, and it looks like Retropog's able to get back to his trading hole, and hopefully get back to doing this any percent. He is going to have way less stuff here, and he's actually lost his iron pickaxe.
Oliver, you
Why
jinxed
would I
it!
say that?
Oh my
Uh,
god.
uh, wow. That definitely is something that happened.
I'm sorry, why is Feinberg breeding hoglins? We've never seen anyone go for 2 by 2 in most percent.
Yeah, that
Feinberg's just. Is that self confidence or is that a habit?
I think he maybe just like forgot to breed mobs in the overworld, so this is just his parrots and the bats.
Maybe. Maybe.
But
Could
it would be very
potentially
funny
be.
to see someone go for 2 by 2. Uh, okay, it looks like a bunch of people's advancements have updated now, and Roleb still unfortunately in last. She didn't reset her world, so um, there's a chance they can make something happen. But with Feinberg second to last, it doesn't look very likely.
Yeah, realistically, it does not. Oh my god, I saw Colin
Yeah,
in lava and I preemptively had a heart attack. Jesus Christ, this seed. Oh, getting this boat has legs on the way to the fortress is actually really nice.
yeah. You get to just get the mobility and an advancement, and he's, I believe, going to be doing pairs and bat with the Strider here, which is another first. Two players going for
That
two by
is
two.
very cool. Um, Retro opting to go for the outpost right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think in the position that he's in, Retro's just trying to get any random advancement that he can because it doesn't look like he's going to be able to play for the late game.
Mm-hmm.
But if he can stay alive for at least the first elimination, that will be points on the board.
Yeah, and especially when you're a player, you don't know what is happening to other people. So once you die, you just assume you're in the last place. So you're just kind of panicking and thinking of what you can do just in order to not get eliminated.
Right.
So that's a pretty good play from Radro, I would say. Just guaranteeing that he does not get eliminated in this round, because from his POV, it must look pretty bad.
Yeah, and I would like to quickly note, I don't know if Doug or Collins' trackers have updated, but on my leaderboard right now, it shows Feinberg's back in first, which is
Ah,
wild.
all right. I
I'm
mean,
assuming
who's surprised, really?
I'm assuming Colin probably is in the lead in reality, just because I think he's gotten a couple without updating, but I'm not
Hmm.
sure.
Oh, Colin actually pirating for Fortress. Seems to be kind of lost, and we've seen people get lost before. So having to pirate is not ideal, but at least you can tell where the fort is at.
hmm Doug was able to blind here and also get Sweet Dreams, which is nice. We will also see the Fortress split start for Silveria.
Mm-hmm.
Nice amount of strays here. And then
Yeah,
Colin
so
does end up
that
finding the Fortress.
puts that puts Doug in the first place, having the tracker just update for him. And Flyby should be catching up with getting the terrible fortress and into fire pretty soon.
hmm
Should put them both at 27 advancements.
Alright, we get our eye measurements from Doug here. Roleb will be re-entering the Nether, but it's too little too late. 30 seconds remaining here with Roleb
Yeah.
7 advancements behind. And the portal's a bit scuffed anyway. Damn.
Unfortunate.
Alright, so Roleb will be the first elimination here, but we've definitely seen players do poorly on one round and then their performance in the next rounds were able to bring them back. So, there's still a chance for Rolob to be able to do well in the match overall.
Mm-hmm.
But we're now down to 5 players.
Yeah, and everyone seems to be in the fortress right now, which I think is pretty showing of how close this match really is.
Yeah, it's I'm actually surprised it's this close because of all the deaths, but it's evened out pretty nicely.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Everyone's
So we,
around mid 20s for advancements, maybe a bit more, a bit less.
mm-hmm. So we got Doug currently making his way to the um second portal coins and building it. Hopefully he hits. We know how Doug can be, of course.
Yeah, very unreliable runner.
Very, very, very indeed.
Okay, but he gets lucky this time.
That's not even
It's not
starter.
starter.
I
Damn.
was I was starting to feel bad for shit talking Doug, but honestly kind of deserved. Like, what are you doing, man? This is the
Okay,
most Gug thing ever.
he's able to make it to starter, so never punished.
Yeah?
We get the
Um,
blind from Feinberg and Silveria.
mm-hmm.
Hopefully they also get Sweet Dreams here, because that would be a nice, easy advancement to do while it's night.
Yeah. Always gotta keep sweet dreams in mind, because A players just always leave it for later, for the very last moment. And in this, you kinda have to do it as soon as possible. So take advantage of the night.
Yeah, and if you don't get it on this night, you're not going to be able to get it before the second elimination. So
Yeah. And actually Feinberg's the well, not the only, but Feinberg has the knight right now solely because he reset before. Because Silvaria does not have knight,
right,
which is definitely interesting. I think we've seen Doug get Sweet Dreams, so that is cool.
Doug pulls 3 diamonds from a altar chest there.
Hmm.
Probably not too useful because you normally get a diamond pick from the end city anyway, but
Yeah.
uh, if not, that would be a nice pickup. My Feinberg reset because he died in the Bastion, so his night cycle's a little bit off from everyone else's. Oh yeah, then Samaria probably slept.
Yeah,
That
just
makes
don't see
sense.
the bad on the advancements counter.
Okay. Well, I guess the only downside, you have to deal with less mobs in the present, I guess, but that could potentially get rid of Thunder if that's something they decide to go for.
Yeah, that is interesting. And to see, or to answer Laserfish's question, people don't normally go for Trident, and they definitely don't go for shells in most percent. That's too much of a time commitment and not really paying off anything.
Yeah, Trident isn't a terrible play, honestly. I mean, there's no reason to go for shells, but Trident you can at least get throwaway joke,
Yeah.
but you don't normally see it until like the very end of the round when there's not much left.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Like when you have nothing else to do, you can farm some drones.
Yeah. All right. We might be seeing our first end entry here from Doug, followed probably by Feinberg after he finds the library.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with 10 minutes here, left before the elimination. It seems to be fairly close between Retro and Silveria. Retro has a bit of an advancement lead right now, but if you recall, he actually died, and so he doesn't have a ton of his stuff, whereas Silveria will be blending into the stronghold soon, and so is at a much better position to get more advancements.
Yeah, that is indeed correct. But Retro is actually making his way to another bastion right now, so being able to potentially trade when he already has the rods and maybe even like blinding and getting to a stronghold in the remaining 9 minutes could potentially put him ahead because I don't think Silveria went for any like non-essential 80% advancements. So we only see like the most basic stuff that you get during a run, I would say. So
Mhm.
the fact that Retro is ahead despite despite not even blinding yet could potentially put him in the lead if he's able to trade in this bastion.
Yep, 8 minutes is, I mean, 8.5 minutes at this point is more than enough for Silveria to be able to enter the end and get maybe not the outer end advancements, but at least like killing the dragon, dragon's breath, and all that. So um, my money would probably be on Silveria being safe for this elimination, but
Mm-hmm.
no idea what Reg will be able to make happen.
Yeah, we'll let him cook, you know?
Exactly. All right. Blind here from Colin, or this? I think this is the. I thought he had already blind before, but that looked nothing like the Stronghold's second portal, so I'm not sure what's going on with Colin there.
Yeah. Oh.
Maybe this is the blind, and I'm misremembering.
No, I'm pretty sure we've seen Colin blind.
Oh no,
Oh.
he is measuring height here. That's interesting.
Huh? What is this Illumina 2020 throw while moving?
Uh,
What was happening? Colin, stop throwing me eyes like that. I'm gonna go
Colin
insane.
literally asked me before this, like just to clarify, Ninja Brain bot's allowed, right? And I said yes, so he knows that you can use calculators.
Dude,
This is just very funny.
worse than cosplay.
Uh, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. He just threw into a mountain. All right, we're letting him cook. We're letting him cook. He knows
Yeah.
something we don't.
Okay, can someone please enlighten me? How is Feinberg in the outer end before Dag? Please. Anyone.
Uh, yeah, that's a definitely something that's happening.
That is indeed something. So, looks to me like Silvari has spent quite a bit of time in the stronghold already, but looks like she is about to enter.
All right, and then Colin digging down. No idea how those eye measurements are leading to a dig down, but you know, I trust him. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Okay, Dag actually entering the ship first. That's just him being built different, I guess.
Yeah, almost identical pace here from Doug and Feinberg.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is a juicy sword for Dag, I think. Looting and then something, something, something.
I think that's Smite 4, which is just barely off
Oh,
from being very juice.
yeah,
So
very
maybe they
close.
can go for another Smite 4 enchant or something like that to get it there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's a correct use of time.
Well, I guess we'll see. We've got retro blinding and finally measuring ice. Honestly, very impressive what Retro was able to do with the situation he was in. Dying in the bridge and then doing for it first.
Yeah, definitely. Um, and I'm trying to think if there's any other like stuff that Retro can do before he enters end because it only really takes a couple advancements at this point to be safe from Silveria, but it'll be hard. I feel
Hmm.
like he's already exhausted a lot of the overworld options right now.
Yeah, I think I think you're right on that. Oh, Silveria accidentally one cycle dragon.
That that is tough.
That might help Retro though. Huh.
I think Silveria's tracker's fully updated as well as Retro, so Retro is one advancement ahead right now.
Mm-hmm.
But Silveria will get like a two easy ones here from Remote Getaway and then City at the end of the game.
I
So
don't
it
see the egg though on her screen. New
oh, that is
generation.
true. Forgot about that one. Yeah, I don't think she got it. Maybe opting to do it after she leaves the outer end. Not sure.
Yeah, so Retro pretty much has 3.5 minutes to hit the stronghold and might make something happen. But as of right now, they are tied. But Silveria is bound to get some advancements here when she enters the End City.
Holy mobs for Colin. He actually doesn't take too much damage, but that was a lot of skeletons. Silveria not doing. Oh, okay. I thought she was just gonna not pearl all the way to the top and like climb the city as intended, but I think she was just trying to save some pearls, maybe. I don't know. She probably has to use some to get up to that ship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dolce, that is right. Yeah, Colin's definitely in a different stronghold as the ports that he went to look nothing like everyone else's.
Yeah, maybe that was the reason it kind of took longer to get to the second portal. Maybe he went to like a farther city.
I I think Colin might have not blinded. Maybe he did first portal because the structures were just so
Right.
close to each other. I'm hmm,
That
not
would
really
make
sure what
sense.
exactly happened, but that potentially could explain it.
All right.
The gun's about to exit.
Yeah. This is this seed's intended to be like a very fast outer end split, like pretty
Mm-hmm.
much just a single city. Because if I'm remembering correctly, I think these runners are given Unbreaking 3 on the seed, so you only really need one Elytra and some iron
Oh,
for the
that's
anvil.
nice. Yeah, that is nice. I'm really looking forward to Retro's tracker updating because as of now, Retro is tied with Silveria, but having entered the stronghold and the end, is about to put him 2 points ahead if Silverius is up to date.
Yeah, Silveria could potentially get the Elytra and then also a piece of diamond armor for two fast advancements,
Mm-hmm.
but Retro just has to wait on the perch here. It'll be very close with only 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, Retro is actually at 31.
Right.
Oh,
Very interesting.
oh my God.
Yes, it will definitely be Silveria here for the second elimination. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know how Retro got that many advancements. I'm also very confused on where the rest of Retro's tracker overlay is because it's updating. Like you can see the 31 on the top of his stream, but
Uh,
you don't see any of like the advancement history.
hmm Well, maybe Retro just decided to like crop it out in OBS or something,
Yeah, that's
or
interesting.
aesthetic purposes.
But we're now down to only 4 players, with Silveria being eliminated at 27 advancements. You can see Colin pretty much ready to uh, go to the outer ends, and then Retropog will be right behind him.
Yeah, exactly. They seem to be pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, and then the same can be said for Doug and Feinberg, who both have 43 advancements by the looks of things, and then are flying around at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got kind of like 2 mini races between the top runners and uh, the bottom runners on the screen.
The tops and the bottoms, one might say, but not me. I would not say that.
No, no, I don't know who would say
No.
that. It's
Yeah.
kind of weird.
Is that going to do our ballistic here?
Ah, that would be very cool.
Or is he like just joining his
He's doing
people?
arbalistic with 3 cows and 2 chickens. I don't know why more people don't do that. It seems very fast.
World's first, yeah.
He's going on
Um,
a journey here. Where's he
yeah, what is
going?
that? Oh, I see the ship. I think he's going to the ship, perhaps?
Yeah,
This is where the race gets kind of on different paces, as we see Doug being very slow right now. Having to have these guys tag along, but yeah, we'll see how the Arbalistic goes, I guess.
and then we do see Feinberg has started a normal raid, and he's going to
Hmm.
try and overlap advancements where he can with like these kind of raid cooldowns, but I'm not sure exactly what he can do. He just crafted a fishing rod, so maybe like a fishy business or something. Maybe
Oh,
some
potentially.
enchanting. Not sure.
Yeah. Okay, this is the moment of truth. Okay, that gets
Nice.
it. Surprisingly, pretty fast, leadless Arbalistic.
Yeah, 2 fish there, which is pretty impressive. I'm assuming that was just caught in salmon that he got close to spawn.
Mm-hmm. Feinberg's really low. I don't want to see another raid death.
The
Please.
golem
No, no, no.
comes to his aid,
Yeah,
thankfully. If that golem wasn't there, Feinberg's dead by now.
exactly. Exactly. I think it's actually really nice that you don't have to kill golems in most percent as you don't care about kill credit. So, in my opinion, golems are really, really useful. So if you can like overlap hired help with doing your raid, that would be amazing. Having 2 golems, just come to your rescue whenever you're in bad situation
Doug!
during
One
raid.
heart!
Oh,
Almost died to a trident drowned plus drowning there.
oh
Sorry to
my
cut you
God.
off, but that was scary. But no, I definitely agree with hired help raid, and then just keeping around the original golem is very nice.
Climbing's getting cacti. He gonna do a stack of lime wool, perhaps?
Pause, man. Retropog
No,
dies!
Retro died! Oh no.
Damn!
It was in the end, I think so. What happened?
Yeah, I think he just died to shulkers. He was like
Oh
inside
my God.
the building. He's
The building.
what do you call it? The yeah, one of the
The
end city
city?
rooms.
Hmm.
I don't know, because like you can be
Wait,
in the city without like being in the rooms. You know what I mean?
yeah. But why is it called the city if it's all one building?
It should be called like the apartment complex.
Yeah, potentially.
Oh,
Yeah,
what did you curse
Oliver
the seed?
Oliver did curse the seed. I
I
can
I put a
absolutely
spell on this seed.
guarantee.
Everyone has to die at least once.
Uh, wait. So we've seen Retro die. We've seen Feinberg die. Have we seen Colin die?
I don't think so. I think Colin played a little bit slower, maybe due to that stronghold, but I think he's been pretty consistent and hasn't died. And then
Okay.
also, don't think Doug's died.
Mhm. Well, Doug almost died, but
True.
still doesn't count. What is Colin doing? I. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Colin at least has some AA experience. I think he knows how to go about looting cities, but he might be a little bit out of practice.
Mayhaps, mayhaps.
And at this point, I don't think there's much hope for Retro. I mean,
Yeah,
he's staying on his worlds. He's trying to get some stuff done, but unless another death comes out or something, it's gonna be hard.
yeah, I agree with you. It's like Retro exhausted his uh opportunities with what he can potentially do in the overworld without playing out the normal run after that. So I don't think there's a path to victory for Retro, or even like a path to safety
Hmm.
for this round. Oh, he seems to be going back to his stuff. We'll see if his second line, second portal coins are accessible with what
Yeah,
he has.
I believe the stronghold that he went to had a had the stronghold portal be like over lava, so he might have to bridge to it, which is a bit
Mm-hmm.
awkward.
Let's see.
Okay, Feinberg finished up that raid a little while ago. Wondering what the next kind of goal will be. There are a bunch of like small advancements you can do, but there are also kind of bigger things that you focus on, like raid, skulls. I don't know. You could also go for like zombie doctor, some of those other overworld stuff. But it seems like Feinberg's just flying around right now. I don't know if he has a specific plan.
Mm. Um, Potentially just collecting iron for hired help, I would guess.
Hmm. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. He'd be trying to hit a trident.
I think he just had a double wielder and ignored it. That must have taken a lot of willpower, to be fair. I'm getting Hoglin on his bridge. Oliver, you gotta stop putting them everywhere.
Yeah, I'm adding them in the middle of the match.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I preemptively added a Hoglin on Retro's bridge.
Exactly. So the most advancements people have gotten in this tournament is 64, I believe, by Leon, as Black Wolf here said. But the
Uh,
tournament's not over. We might see more.
was it Leon? Uh, I think Leon did get 64, but then oh no, it was Leon. Okay, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm misremembering.
Yeah, so we had 64 by Leon and 63 by Raul, I believe.
Yeah, yeah,
And then everyone else, I don't know, and sorry, not sorry, don't care about.
yeah. Those are the top two right now, and uh, it's not impossible to beat. There are definitely things to do past 64 advancements, but it's hard to manage your time properly and get all of that done.
Mm-hmm. 64 is unbeatable, says Leon.
It's the
Oh,
human
we'll
limit.
see about that. Yeah.
Oh, and thank you, Minecraft Java speedrunning, for the raid. Very much appreciated. I'm assuming that's from Combined RSG Weeklies. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm. Potentially, but yes, thank you, Minecraft Java speedrunning. We have been
1.7.
blessed. 1.7 weeklies.
Very pog.
Oh, and Doug is missing this for most person? That's gonna mean a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, we've
Richard's
got Colin and at the outpost.
right.
Buffering.
There we go. Retro's made his way to another bastion. This isn't the spawn bridge. He's made his way over to a stables. So it's
Yeah, but
very
I
cool to
think
see
this
that
is
he's
his
trying to.
stables. I think that's the stables Retro was at initially during his 80% split.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it's nice that he is trying his best to get back into this, but it's almost impossible at this point.
Yeah, indeed. It really just looks like Feinberg is simply flying around, but he gets stuff done while I'm not looking. And that makes me angry. I want to commentate Feinberg, and then he just does everything as a 55th, 25th frame every single time.
Yeah,
And I just don't see it.
we will see a reverse uneasy attempt here. Feinberg obviously has a ton of AA experience, so this should be super simple for him.
Yeah.
It'd be
And
really
also getting Sweet Dreams just now, which
nice.
is a nice rule up, but
This would be very
surprising that he.
embarrassing if he misses this.
Oh, yeah.
So embarrassing.
Very. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh really, really, really loud. Okay, I'm not gonna laugh. You got it.
Damn. But it would have been very funny.
Yeah. So Feinberg's tracker is not updated, but if I'm not mistaken, that should be at 52.
Yeah, that sounds right. And then we also have Doug in the Nether here, so he will also probably pick up like Hot Tourist, Uneasy Alliance, maybe some Skulls, Strider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did get a pretty good sword for skulls. As you said, it is only Smite 4, so not the best, but should still be enough to do skulls. Just gotta find a semi decent fortress if you want to commit to doing skulls.
Yeah, the Spawn Fortress is definitely not the one you want to use because Crimson's like the worst biome for spawn rates.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't think the Spawn Fortress is completely in Crimson, but the part that is makes it bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with how much Feinberg is exploring the Nether, I think he's bound to find something at least decent, but he might not even be focusing on that right now. Oh, he does have a fort, but it does not look too good at all.
Yeah, Nether
He's
Waste
just
is.
that he's gonna pull one from these two guys. I'm telling you. Okay, he did not.
He might stick around here for a little bit as long as Wither Skeletons are still spawning,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know if the rates slow down at all. I'm assuming he'll probably just leave and come back to a different fort.
Yeah. So we see another uneasy attempt, this time from Doug. Messes up a portal. Not too horrible.
This is another runner who shouldn't have any issues with uneasy as he has a ton of AA experience. And then 20 seconds remaining here for the elimination, and as we talked about earlier, this will pretty solidly be retro.
Yeah, that gets uneasy and also gets Thunder. So, uh, as Thunder and Rain is standardized, I believe,
Yep.
it should be raining for everyone
Yeah, I mean, Feinberg's going to be a little
soon.
bit behind on that from the death,
Yeah.
but Colin should see it soon.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Doug and Colin currently tied. Not too sure if their trackers are up to date, but they seem to be.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, Colin slept fully, so he won't get raid.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
But I think Feinberg has not slept fully, so we'll probably see that in like 3 or 4 minutes from him. And
Mhm.
Feinberg has gone for quite a few tridents by now, so if he ends up getting that soon, then we may see our first very, very frightening of the tournament.
Yeah. So as we know, Thunder is about to hit in 4 minutes, and if Feinberg does not get his skulls here by that time, he might miss Thunder.
Hmm.
He actually does get one skull, but seems to me he's opting to go for all three just to get Quivering Heights and potentially Beacon afterwards.
Yep. For anyone who doesn't know, um, the skull rates are slightly boosted with the data pack, so he'll probably just be opting to go for all three skulls, which shouldn't take too long. Already at two.
Yeah, exactly. And also, going for three skulls actually gives you more than just Withering Heights, because you can get Beacon really, really easily, because you only need Beacon level 1, which is only 9 gold blocks, or iron blocks if you have any. So that shouldn't be too much of a hassle at all.
Mushroom Island there for Doug. Very useful.
Very, very useful. New advancement. Very, very useful.
Colin is also doing some Wither Skull hunting right now, but he
Ye-
is at the ship fort, so probably not
yeah.
going to go super well.
Mm-hmm.
But he might stick around just to get the one skull and then leave.
Mm-hmm.
So this fort isn't terrible if he just want one.
Actually getting more hoglins than the river skeleton. That's not what you like to see. And also for some reason grabbing Netherward on Colin's screen.
Yeah, you shouldn't need that for anything. Um, for a local brewery, you don't actually need to brew anything. You can just put a bottle in and take it right out of the brewing stand. So Netherwort's kind of
Mm-hmm.
useless in this format.
Exactly.
Okay, looks like Doug's trying to pyrate for some beehives right now. He's in a forest and lowering render, so we might be able to see a total bee location if he has the silk touch for it.
Interesting choice to opt to go for a total bilocation instead of going for a trident to uh get some use out of the thunder that is currently happening. But it's I guess more guaranteed for uh Doug to get a beehive than it is to get a trident. So I respect that decision.
Yeah, Colin is doing some classic right now.
Uh
Maybe trying to get some pearls for like the end again or something, since you only just need one trade for that. But
actually
I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of that you would be doing classic here for.
Hmm.
Subspace Bubble from Feinberg.
Yeah, and it is rainy for him, as we see it's 44 minutes, just around the time when it started thundering for Doug. We'll see if Fine decides to go for Trident, actually.
Yep, that could be a pretty good play here. He's blinded close to an ocean, but he's not going to go for it straight away.
Mm-hmm.
Since the Thunder does replace the entire rain, these are on average pretty long Thunders, so um, Feinberg might know that he has quite a while to take advantage of this
Yeah,
and wants to go for Gunpowder first.
definitely a good play since you're gonna be spending a lot of time in the ocean if you do commit to hunting tridents. Not exactly sure what Doug is up to. Perhaps just gonna enter Never Here for this wing portal and focus on some Never advancements.
Yeah, Doug hasn't gotten any nether advancements besides the Return to Sender and Uneasy Alliance, so maybe
Mhm.
going to a fort or doing like Striders or something would be a good play.
Yeah, and he can very easily just get Hot Tourist Destination as well, I think.
Hmm. Okay, Trident Drowned being killed for Feinberg. Doesn't get it on that attempt, but there is still one here.
Osman,
And he gets
let's
it.
go! Let's go!
Now, there is no channeling yet, but he will get Throwaway Joke. And
Oh,
just leave the Trident.
does
Okay,
not pick it up. Okay,
that's
Giga
fine.
Chat. Yeah. What what happened to Doug?
Uh, Doug,
Doug
Discord
screamed
leaked.
during Discord. Yep.
I don't know if Doug's getting like a bunch of ghost blocks or something and needs to relog, or if there's a bug. Okay, seems like everything's fine. Just a small splice.
Yeah. Right, so we've got hired help from Feinberg.
Nice.
Very ironic, because in my opinion, Feinberg does not need to hire any help, but
Yeah,
sure.
he's only doing it for the advancement, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta compromise. Did Find Not enchant at all? I didn't see him do any enchants, and I guess he doesn't need to unless he wants to go for Piercing 4 later down the line.
Hmm.
That's the only thing I can think of. I don't remember what the Silk Touch situation is for these runners, so if he doesn't have that, that could also be something he does a bit later. But there's no need for enchanting right away as soon as you exit the end.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he does have the Enchanted Iron Axe, so he did something at least, but uh, that axe is about to break actually. I don't know why that axe is so low durability. Am I missing something and he like got the axe out of some chest? No, I don't think you get enchanted axes out of chests. Why is it so low?
Uh,
Oh, I guess to the raid? I didn't think it would be that low just from a raid. That's interesting.
yeah. Well, I guess Iron Axe durability is kind of low
Yeah.
compared to what we used to just see in AA normally. Do see Colin still doing skulls. I'm not sure if it's the same for it or. Okay, it does look the same. Still good old Crimson.
Yeah. Not fantastic for Colin. I would have probably liked to see him fly around the Nether a bit more, go for like a hot tourist destinations or something,
Mm-hmm.
and look for another fort while he's doing that, or even just like blind around and you'll probably just hit it at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
But I mean,
Dag's really low.
wow. On the
Home
bright side
village
for
just.
Colin, he's not doing terrible in comparison to Doug, who's the next lowest. So neither of these runners have gotten a ton of advancements in the last couple of minutes, so they're still pretty even.
Mhm.
Okay, Doug going for Bullseye, and then also using the leftover redstone for Country Load. Don't know what the
Nice,
game
nice, nice, nice.
plan is for Feinberg. He's gonna just be checking room portal chests when he sees them for the chance of Silk Touch or just some extra
Mm-hmm.
obby. But this is looking, I don't know, the way Feinberg's been playing so far seems just kind of like an AA run with other stuff thrown in. And I guess you're just not doing the multi parts. But I feel like he shouldn't be flying over ocean this long, especially when he already has throwaway joke.
Yeah. Looks like he is doing too much exploring potentially, but I doubt that it's gonna cost him anything. He's very ahead and
Yeah.
has a pretty big lead, and I honestly don't see anyone catching up to him. So if he wants to fly around, he's free to do so.
Yeah,
Man's just having fun
he's allowed to have a bit of fun.
a little bit.
Colin updates his tracker, and he is at 50 advancements now, tied with Doug, and
Hmm.
will also be doing a reverse and easy attempt here.
Nice, 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 nice.
Looks like a good setup.
Uh, mm-hmm. I don't think Dax is updated since he did do Bullseye and it's not still on his tracker. So
True, yeah.
Dax potentially at 51, but so will be Colin if he successfully completes his reverse and easy. It looks pretty good.
Yep, this seems right. Oh, he didn't raise our D at all. That was too late. He was already in the
Oh,
overworld when he upped our D, so
yikes. Yeah, okay, I jinxed it.
I mean that does mean that his ghast isn't dead, which is nice.
Hmm.
So he does have another attempt, but that is just minus 10 obby unless he's able to reuse his portal or something.
Well, with this cast just escaping him as we speak, I don't think the portal is reusable unless
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 there's no way, right? This is such a weird
there's
angle.
no way.
Yeah.
There is no way. That just got to City Place? Okay, man.
I don't think Colin has any more obsidian because
I only see one.
yeah, I think he has to reuse this portal or just come back later with more.
He doesn't even have a diamond pick, so that's pretty tough situation for Colin right now. Not being able to mine this portal to make it more comfortable for him to do on easy.
Yeah.
I think he just gotta drag the poor Gast over here. Oh my
This is
god.
reminding me of like before reverse uneasy was a thing and you have to do a giant portal.
Oh my god, yeah.
Feinberg fighting the Wither. I this is an insane setup he's got here. No enchanted bow and the Wither's just
Stuck.
he's just there. I've never seen that happen before, where the Wither just does nothing. That's insane.
That is insane.
Easiest Wither kill without bow enchants. What the fuck? Actually cheating.
Honestly, it's been spectacular too. which Weinberg playing this.
Yeah,
Alright, gonna get level 1 beacon here.
there we go.
Yeah,
Doesn't even,
remembering to power it.
yeah, you don't even need to do the ingot in it to actually give it an effect. You can just place it on there and it'll give you the advancement.
Oh, only now doing bullseye, but that's cool, I guess. So that's gonna put him at 61.
Okay,
Let's go.
in a very uh, oh, okay, in a very good position to beat the current record. And while we
Yeah.
were focusing on that, by the way, Colin was eliminated with 50 advancements, being just under Doug. So we are down to our final two.
Oh, sevens for Colin. As we see Feinberg's getting ready to do the end again, but he can potentially go for debris.
Yep,
And
I
not
don't
sure
know.
what else he can do.
Debris is a good call. I think there was a snowy fairly close, so it's possible to go for like Zombie Doctor or something.
Hmm.
But I'm not sure what to do outside of that.
Yeah.
Hamburg is going to opt to E-Ray for another Bastion for maybe some debris instead of just immediately digging down. Okay, just kidding.
Hmm.
No, he will just be going down.
Why are you lying, Oliver?
Yeah, I can't help myself.
Doug unluckily not getting total bilocation with this beehive.
Okay. Uh, he's there's a bunch of biomes around him which are very good for beehives, so he could just keep on
Hmm.
pyraying. And then as it turns night here, that is the best time for doing bee location because if you load new chunks and the bees don't have a chance to fly around, then uh, yeah, you have a very good chance of getting total bee location.
Hmm.
Feinberg doesn't have any TNT left. I would have thought that he'd have some left over. I know he just used a couple real quick down here, but he's now out and just has to mine around for the debris. Yeah, he only had three. That's crazy. I guess he only really visited one temple, and then he's gotten the rest of his gunpowder from creepers. That's very interesting. All right, Doug, as we were talking about, is back in the Nether, which will be his best opportunity for getting a bunch of random advancements that he hasn't gotten yet. You can see on the tracker that he did end up picking up total B location, which is nice. Hopefully, Doug's able to place that down in spawn chunks and potentially get like a BR guest later in the match. He only has 11 minutes, but that's more than enough for one honey cycle, so that would be a good play to do now-ish. I'm just talking about the fact that Doug should be placing his hives at spawn for BR guest.
Oh, interesting. Hopefully he does think of that and doesn't just get to do it.
Fine exits his hole, and I believe I just saw four debris in the inventory, so. Oh no, that's two debris. Okay, so he does not quite have enough yet, and he will need to either rip it from bastions or just dig down again, maybe with some more TNT.
Mm. Yeah, he wasn't hitting up too many temples as we saw him in the ocean for the most part of this round. So I wouldn't say um like he had good chances of hitting the debris that he needed with like given how few TNT he had.
Hmm.
But I don't know. He might go for more desert as we see him blinding right now, but he still has some things he could do.
I'm not currently seeing total B location on Feinberg's tracker, and the fact that he just blinded into a forest would be a good opportunity to at least Pyre, unless I'm missing it on the tracker.
I think he does not have silk.
Yeah, Silk would be the issue there. But it's not, Silk isn't that hard to enchant, especially since I think he has some extra gold and you can just spam uh, gold axes on the enchant table and you have a pretty good chance of getting a Silk Touch. So that would also be another option for a pretty fast advancement.
Hmm.
No books for bookshelves? He didn't grab books?
He didn't find the library.
Oh, I must have missed that. He had like 20 paper or something, so I assumed he just got it, but that is wild that he didn't have books. I think that's the first
Um,
player we've seen not get books throughout the run, which would
yeah.
explain the minimal enchanting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Uh, Feinberg, okay, I would have thought being back in the stronghold that he could have looked around for the library a little bit longer, but he will just go straight for the end again,
Yeah.
which
I
isn't a
honestly
terrible
think
play.
it's probably not worth it looking for a library and then just getting books, having to enchant for Silk Touch. So I respect just keeping it completely.
Hmm. Okay. For crystals, he will make sure to throw in all of his items before placing the last crystal. Yep, there we go. Okay. We get a bit of a cutscene for Feinberg for his 63rd advancement, I believe.
Hmm.
Doug, on the other hand, at 55, which is a very large lead to overcome here. I don't know what
Yeah,
he can do about this.
that is true. I wonder what Doug is missing that Feinberg has. Well, except for debris, obviously, and again, but must still be missing a few
Yeah,
things.
debris and again. Oh, he hasn't done Wither. He never did Skulls or Killing the Wither or
Hmm.
Beacon. So that's a bunch of stuff right there.
Oh, is he just gonna do raid? Has he not done raid
And he
yet?
hasn't done Raid. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that he hasn't done. So, and a lot of that stuff isn't super time consuming. So there's a chance
Yeah.
that he could close this lead a bit, but probably not be able to overtake it if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hired help is another small one. Maybe he'll be able to overlap that with the raid to help out. But there's a bunch of stuff here that Doug can do.
Yeah. Easy raid.
No, I think he switched to easy after he
Okay.
triggered it.
Right. I was mentally prepared to be outraged.
Yeah, exactly, Deadpool. It's when you have like 5 minutes left, unless there's something you're already working on, there's not a lot you can do in this last elimination.
Yeah. Last round always kind of slows down because it's very hard to come up with something that you are able to do in such a short period of time. Does not require a long time commitment.
It also sucks that Doug keeps on getting these ghost blocks. He has to relog because that Sam was
Mm-hmm.
just not mining for him.
Yeah. Wonder what causes that. Is it like um RAM issue perhaps or something? I don't know.
Yeah, RAM would probably be the the culprit there, unless because Doug has a decent PC, so it's
Mm-hmm.
definitely a bit weird. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm still baffled that Feinberg's made it uh, with no book so far, which would mean that he's missing out on Bs, like potentially two B advancement, and then also our ballistic. So it's insane that we might have seen the 66 advancement count from Feinberg if he was able to get those enchants quickly.
yeah. Potentially he decided not to commit to finding the library solely because he had this early death and he didn't want to lose any more time. So if the death hadn't happened, we could have seen 64. We could have easily seen 64
Yeah,
if he just had more time.
for sure.
So Doug's overlapping smelting some sand with his raid, so he will be doing the end again afterwards, potentially. Still has 4 minutes, and raids usually take like three and a half, I think.
Yeah, at least. It
Mm-hmm.
really depends on your village terrain and if you get like cave RNG or something. But
Yeah,
if
and if
everything
you have
goes,
like TNC and stuff.
yeah, TNT, the extra golem would be helpful. There's a bunch of stuff you can do to make your raid a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he might have actually been smelting sand from bottles for honey and not for
Yeah.
the end again, but we'll see.
I mean, ideally he'd be able to do both, but
Mm-hmm.
not with the time remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's enough sand to be able to do both, but he's not gonna have the time.
Yeah, just 3 minutes on the clock. He is pretty low and the rate is still going.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about with like unoptimal terrain. Sometimes you get like the taiga villages, which just have a ton of hills, but this water is
Hmm.
also not great.
Yeah. I mean, you can get some use out of the water here, because once the villagers get stuck in it, they get really slow and it's much easier to hit them and to deal with them to begin with. But yeah, terrain is not ideal at all.
Doug,
And
1.5 hearts. This
oh,
Ravager's so
Monka, well,
tanky.
yeah, he does have a totem, so he will be doing just fine.
Yeah, not in danger of dying straight away, but
In danger of dying at some point.
yeah, a little scary. Okay, there
Very
we go.
scary, actually. Okay.
And that should be the raid over, which it is. And then I think he'll probably just pop post-mortal straight away. Maybe. Okay, no, he'll probably save it for like the last second, which
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely agree with.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see if, in future matches, anyone, after seeing Feinberg not doing any enchanting, will actually follow in his steps. Because
Yeah,
skipping the enchant split could be potentially a huge time save. And since he was able to do like this fine, I'm
I
curious to see if anyone will do the same.
I think it's a an okay strategy in the group stages and if you're Feinberg, but I don't know. Later on, I don't think it's going to work out very well because you can see that Feinberg's been on like 63 advancements for like 7 minutes now,
Yeah,
and there's just nothing for him to do. So I think once we get later in the bracket where we're going to have a lot of really good players making it all the way to the end here, uh, you're not going to be able to keep up if you don't have the late game prepared.
exactly. I agree with you, Oliver.
But for right now, it's working out just because the competition isn't insanely steep.
Hmm.
So maybe we'll see it in a couple more group matches.
Yeah. So yeah, having no chance has Fiber kind of soft locked out of doing bees and doing Arbalistic. So he could potentially be at 66 right now, but he's just opting to chill in this hot tub
Yeah, bit of a
for a bit.
jacuzzi.
And that is the end of the round.
That will be time. So Feinberg finishing with 63 advancements, Doug with 57, almost 58 with the end again coming soon. And
Hmm.
yeah, we will have our standings right here, our primary standings for the first round. Again, runners will get points for every player eliminated before them. So as you can see here, this is like the order in which they were eliminated and the points they receive. So we're going to have two more rounds after this with the same scoring system, and we'll see who's able to come out on top by the end.
Yeah,
So yeah, thank you very much for commentating with me, Polina. But
thanks for having me.
we'll be right back with the second round right after this intermission. So see you soon. Hey, welcome back everyone, and we're going to get started with round number 2 here. I'm now joined with Deadpool,
Hey.
everyone's favorite commentator. Uh, but I think we're pretty much good to go. So we will see these runners go again on a new seed. This is again a pretty kind of like normal AA start.
Yeah, that's a really nice start, we see. Like, there's a temple right in front of them. There's a village right in front of them. And the temple right next to it. That's great.
Yeah, very, very nice. We'll hopefully see fast enters coming out here. Um, I'm missing someone off the leaderboard, which isn't great, but I think that will be able to resolve itself in just a second. But yeah, as you said, very fast. Uh,
Yeah, we already see people getting the temple. And 3 people in the temple. 4 now.
Also, a relatively close outpost. We had an outpost on the last seed as well, but this one is maybe a bit closer, and runners will be able to do some outpost advancements before they enter the Nether.
Yeah, I believe we didn't see much of raids before Nether so much. I know there was one in the first match. Not like today in the first most percent match. But I think we didn't see much the Nether sense raid before the Nether, the first Nether.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, nothing in the last round. I think
What
we
do you think about it? About like doing the Nether right away?
I I don't know. I think if the outpost is close enough, I would probably opt to maybe do like a voluntary exile and who's the pillager now. But anything more than that, I think is probably wasting time. Like you don't really
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
do
I would agree.
the raid pre-nether, but maybe just getting some of those quick ones is worth it.
There's a lot of advancements you can get in the Nether, and a raid is just like two advancements. That's the hero of the village and the post mortal one. I think those two just take a long time to do at the very start when you can enter the Nether. That's literally just two advancements, just entering the Nether.
Yeah, exactly. Um, so I don't know if we'll see any outpost stuff happening here, but I would probably assume not. Most of these runners are pretty evenly paced right now, just getting their iron from the golem and temple, getting a trade off with the villagers for that extra advancement, and then we'll probably see the nether enter coming out. Yeah, Rollup stream is lagging a little bit, so sorry about that. Uh, if there is any stream delay, that won't matter for the elimination because the ref will still be able to see like the live advancement count.
Oh,
So
okay.
regardless of the stream delay, the eliminations should still go smoothly.
Yeah.
We are going to see the Woodlight for Feinberg. He has extra iron in his inventory, but I don't think he saw any flint straight away, so he's just going to go for the chest Woodlight, which should get him in the nether
Yeah.
pretty fast any second now. Also using the bed, which I haven't seen before.
It's the weirdest threat you would like. No, it's fine.
Uh, I don't know what Fine's doing here. Maybe going for some gravel while that's happening.
I think he used some chest to wood light. I'm not sure if what he did though. Or at least he placed the chest next to the portal.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
interesting. We do see Retro opted to just hop in that ravine real quick and grab some gravel, but Doug, on the other hand, is also going to do the woodlight, and that worked out well for him.
Yeah, and I see Fine just went to the river to get some gravel.
Okay, so
I'm not sure what he's gonna do with the iron. Yeah, he does have iron, so it's fine. Just no bucket. That's oh, he has a bucket, so he's fine. He's good.
a little bit of a time loss to not go for the flint straight away, but not a huge deal.
Yeah, but he also like got to fishy business. It's just another one that he can do on the way there. So
Yep. All right, and we're starting to see the first pauses of the round so far. So we're seeing the advancement totals there at the bottom of the screen, and so far it looks like Doug and Feinberg are very far ahead, with Colin actually just overtaking Feinberg there, which is to be expected as he enters the Nether. But Roleb and Silveria are the players currently at risk for elimination, but a lot can change in 9.5 minutes.
yeah, it is interesting to see how some people like go to the nether straight away. Some are doing some more overall advancements. Uh, I believe. No, okay. I thought Colin and Severia had. I thought Oleb and Severia had the same amount of advancement, but they have the same advancement exactly. But I see Oleb. I think did CD plays. I'm not sure what they did extra.
Yeah. Roleb actually got Minecraft, the root advancement, just now. So I don't think she'd actually crafted a crafting
They
table.
they do have. Oh, okay. I was trying to look at the advancement that one has and the other doesn't, but
Yeah. All right. Roleb making her way into the
yeah,
desert.
it's the pellets and the bats is the one that
Okay.
Oleb did, and Severia did, comparing the advancements.
Yeah, I don't know what animal they would have exactly used for that, but there was a couple options in the savannah,
Yeah.
I believe.
And we're gonna see another entry from Severia.
Nice. Not exactly the intended nether enter, but still very fast.
Yeah. Uh, that's 4 runners in the Bastion, about to make it 5. Unless either Doug or Feinberg leaves, because they're both pretty much done with the trades.
Yep. Doug's a little bit ahead as he's already checked the top chests, which I don't believe Feinberg's done yet, but they should be entering the fort at similar times.
Yeah, and we see Oleb going for the outpost, getting voluntary exile, getting. I don't believe they got. Who's the pillager now? They did get monsters hunted on this outpost, so I don't think it's that they have an crossbow. They're probably checking the chest above to see if they can get a crossbow. If they can, they'll do it. If they can't, I don't know if they're gonna craft it.
And if they, yeah, I believe they have all of the materials to craft it if they don't get it here, but I'm not sure if they'll think of that.
No, there is a crossbow here. That's good. They don't have to craft it. Now they can just do it.
Nice.
But I do wonder if Roleb will opt to doing the raid early instead of going to the Nether, which I don't know if it's the right move here. It does take a lot of time to do those two advancements, and considering Severia already has 2 more. Oh,
Silveria
but that's a
dies in the
death.
Bastion. That's a lot of piglin damage, and then just ends it off with some fall damage right there in the bottom of housing. That is
Yeah, the
super
smart thing to do
unfortunate.
is either to get the items now or, but resetting is not an option at this point.
Yeah,
Just like trying to get in 6 minutes what other had time to do in 11 minutes. That's pretty much impossible. You do want to try to get as much advancement as you can before the elimination.
Rolb actually had a pillager follow them all the way from the outpost over to the lava pool, so they have to kill them over here, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, but we already see the fortress in three runners. Feinberg, Doug, and Retro.
Yep.
Retro is just like climbing it. And yeah, I think we'll see Colleen just leaving to the fortress just now.
Very nice. Okay, yeah, there's the pearl from Colin. Not the best terrain. Okay, no, it does open up quite a bit. There we go. And this doesn't actually seem to be the right direction.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's okay.
damn.
Yeah, I don't think he went to the right direction, so I don't know. This he was going to a Sosand Valley. I didn't see the basalt there. I don't think it was at least the intended fortress. Maybe he was going for one, but I don't think it was the intended one.
Yeah, and that's a really
Uh,
tough death there.
yeah, but I do think Colleen is far enough ahead in terms of advancement. I don't think he updated the tracker yet. Maybe he did.
He just got CD
Okay,
placed
he
in the
did.
overworld, which wasn't updated yet, so it's +1 on whatever the tracker shows.
Okay, so it's up to Severia and Roleb to see if they can catch up. Because Colin died very far. He pearled a bit, and is now in the nether without any blocks, without anything. It's it's really hard to get the items back. He'll probably get it in the next 4 minutes, but I don't think he's gonna get any other advancement other than getting his items back.
Yeah. Uh,
Maybe the fortress if it's close, but I don't know which direction he's going because it's not going to the intended fortress.
yeah, the fortress should be very close to. Like, I think the fortress is like the first thing you see on the seed when you enter the Nether, and then you actually have to find the Bastion after that. So, being able to find the fortress shouldn't be an issue on this seed, but I don't know exactly where
Roleb,
Colin entered.
Roleb doing sweet rims, completely sleeping the night off.
Okay.
So that's resetting the rain timer, which I don't think they really care for. I don't think Roleb will try to get very, very frightening or a trident for that matter.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Feinberg is doing educated here, which isn't a bad play at all. And yeah, Colin's on very low health, making his way over to his stuff now. I think he's close. He was
He
closer to that
died like
Sultan
next
Valley.
to Snowsun Valley, yeah. That's another advancement if you can get that fireball back. Uh, Hopefully he just doesn't die from this. And
Oh, that
that
looked like it
was
should have hit.
close. The guy just kept
And the
keep getting.
piglin shoots
Oh,
him in the back.
that's
No.
painful. That's painful. Maybe he'll try to. Yeah, now he's trying to get some blocks, maybe some food, but in the next 2 minutes, I don't think he's gonna get any advancement. Maybe he can rush to do return to sender or like another overworld advancement. I think he just needs to rush doing advancement before going back to the nether trying to get his stuff.
Yeah.
In the ref is probably telling them that they have no time left, that they only have 2 minutes. I don't think he'd want to do anything else than grabbing the items.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just have to do something.
All right. Silveria, I believe, was able to regather all her stuff and is now trading, which looks pretty good for her to be able to stay safe this elimination, and will leave Roleb struggling with only a minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah. So I think even with the death of Colleen and Severia, Roleb seems to be the one that's lagging a bit behind, now getting maybe tactical fishing. No, yeah.
Nice, and then should also be able to get fishy business from that.
Yeah, which only overworld advancements barely like I don't believe they entered the nether yet, right?
Roleb
They did
made
a
the
portal,
portal,
but
but no, I don't think they have entered.
that's interesting. Nether entry, that's still more advancement. If they can get it in time, I don't know why they are not going for the nether right now. That's still more advanced. If they can get it in time, maybe they can catch up to Colin. That's 40 seconds. I'm not sure if they two more advancement. Maybe like they can rush into one of the. Yeah, right now they are at 17, I believe. So two more, and they're like tied with Colin. That's
Yeah.
gonna be interesting.
But yeah, with only 23 seconds, I think it's definitely Roleb who will be eliminated here, unfortunately. Uh,
Again, just one nether entry, and they already made a portal. If they can get to the portal in time, it's gonna be tight.
yeah, it'll be tight for sure, but I don't know if Silveria. Oh no, Silveria just paused and it's still at 17, so fully updated for her. Yeah, I guess it is paused. No, 1 second.
No,
There we
okay,
go.
it's not possible.
It was
Uh,
definitely close though.
yeah, it was super close. I don't know why they didn't enter the nether. They Toshio in chat saying that they already started the woodlight. If
Oh,
they could get to the portal in time, that would have been really good for them. But
yeah, a lot of runners opted to go for Woodlight here, and I think that was mainly just for lack of gravel. There was a ravine close that had some gravel next to it,
there
but
was also a river,
yeah, also a
which
river.
we've seen people go for.
But I mean, the
Colin
Woodlight's not a
collected
terrible
his stuff
play.
back. Okay, now after the elimination, Colin knows is fine for now. 15 more minutes to catch up uh, to Retro, and now that Sylvia is right behind him, he can try to get more advancements to get further.
We do see that during that first elimination, Feinberg was able to enter the end, and then Doug is very close behind with the
In the
Stronghold
stronghold.
enter.
Yeah, and I believe Retro will be digging down right here.
Very nice.
Yeah, there was a creeper at the top. This block
This is a
was,
little scary.
yeah, the
Okay.
creeper jumping into his hole is not good.
Okay, I think he's fine.
Yeah,
And actually, oh, I thought he just dug into the library there, but that was just a mine shaft. Very average dig down.
Drag went to the library. I think called rockets. And Feinberg killed the dragon. So now that's extra advancement for him. Killing a dragon adds a lot of advancement. It adds 3D end, gives you the egg, the gateway, and with the gateway, because the seed guarantees a city. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe
Yeah, yeah.
you make sure there's a city with a ship next to the gateway. So that's so much more advancement. The city itself is an advancement. The Elytra is an advancement.
Yeah.
Killing the dragon is definitely like something that gets you all the advancements really fast. And it's not like a EA when you loot entities for a while. You just like loot one or two entities usually. Don't need multiple shulkers. And oh, where is Feinberg? Okay, Feinberg is climbing up to the ship.
And then I believe Feinberg hasn't gotten Cover Me in Diamonds yet, so that will also be another advancement that he should get from these cities.
That's another death from Silver. Yeah,
Damn. Yeah,
I
she cannot afford that at this point. Being,
yeah, but she doesn't know that. She might have think that maybe others died more. Maybe like you never know where you are in the storm. You might know that you're doing really bad because you kept dying and because you like feel like you're slow, and maybe in practice you did better, but you never know where you are in the tournament. I usually suggest keep going and not giving up.
hmm yeah, I mean, that's amazing advice, especially for last round, in which there were a ton of deaths.
Yeah,
But I mean, unfortunately for Silveria, I mean, that's not the case. And
yeah, but
her,
she is one of not one like four advancement behind Colin. Yes, she's behind on pace. Maybe if Colin gets another death, maybe if Retro dies and she can catch up to him. We don't know. You never know.
yeah. But Silveria has been paused for a while here, so I don't know if they think that they can do well in this still.
Yeah, I think that the power is pretty much saying that they're gonna stop here.
Okay, good one cycle
Uh,
from Doug just now, and he will be able to finish off with an axe. There's
let's
free
go.
the
That's
end.
free the end. Feinberg finishing to loot the end cities. You see how fast those end cities are?
Yeah,
Just like moving between two or three cities and leaving right away.
and you don't even need to do shulker transport, so um,
Yeah,
That's gonna make the outer end split way faster than normal AA.
yeah, and you don't need to wait for shulkers to drop for you. You just
True.
need like about one shulker box or maybe even zero if your inventory organization is really good.
I think we saw
Uh,
Feinberg go for one shulker box last round. I actually forgot to take note of how many shulkers everyone had, but in the last match we did see some people go shulkerless.
yeah, and I do know some people plan to do it and did it before in matches. So shulkerless is an option. You
Yeah.
can play shulkerless because it's not like when you need so much foods and so much things to breed. Usually people don't go for 2x2, even not for balanced diet. If I had to choose one between those two, it would probably be balanced diet. Uh,
Yeah. The notch is
I just
annoying.
don't think any of the I don't think any of the uh, big ones are worth to go to.
Yeah.
Even if you're a top runner, I don't see how much how you can.
Feinberg half percent sub 20. That's crazy to think about. Um, yeah. I I don't know. Shulkerless is interesting. I would say if you had to go for a multi-part advancement, complete catalog would probably be a good
Yeah,
option.
but that means you're gonna have to stop at villages. I don't know how much you want that.
Yeah, I think the
If
play is just to not do any multi-parts. That none of them seem
Yeah,
worth it.
that's what I think as well. Uh, maybe if like for the final round when you know that you're gonna need a bit more advancements than usual, maybe you can go for it, like for more brackets. Like for the final round, I mean like later in the bracket, not in the first few matches.
Hmm.
Oh, that's a bolt clutch from Colin.
I didn't even see that. Retro with the easy dragon kill. I'm thankful
Side
that
outing version.
Colin didn't take too much more damage because another death there would be so bad for him.
Yeah, he can't really afford that right now. I mean, he can afford it for the next elimination because Sever kind of gave up. So the next elimination is good. Like even if he dies right now, he won't die from the next elimination as long as he doesn't give up.
Right.
Which people might like you see with Silvera right now. If Colleen died and Silvera went kept going, maybe she could have catch up to him. Like you never know that. Oh, he has to mine this obsidian. That's
That's really tough. Feinberg, I believe, doing Bull and Lapis here. Uh, there we go. Only one piece of
Yeah, it wasn't the
Lapis.
ball, it was just the cave
Yeah,
that gave him that.
and then also grabbing some
And redstone.
redstone. Uh, he's probably going to want a little bit more Lapis here, but I guess it's not 100% necessary, as you technically only need one enchant for the Enchanter advancement, but getting a couple extra stuff like Piercing 4 is always nice.
Yeah, and to be honest, if you have two crossbows and you enchant bonus of level 30, you're pretty much guaranteed to get piercing 4. Uh,
Yeah.
piercing 4 is like over 60% chance of getting if you enchant on level 30, so I do recommend doing that. That's two more advancement that you can do. And if you know that you're gonna stay for a long time, if you know that you're good enough to stay longer in the bracket, then it's definitely nice to plan ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Uh, oh, I think Colin, because he would light in and didn't keep his fire charges from the Bastion, does have to grind for gravel just there. Thankfully, he gets it pretty quickly, and this should be a stronghold enter from Colin.
T-Bug saying in chat that he thinks mining for debris is better than complete catalog. And I'd say that, like, time-wise, it does make much more sense because temples you do visit during your time. You do get the gunpowder, you do visit them. With villages, if you don't visit them, you don't have to visit them. So if you go to villages, that's a time loss. But if you get the TNT, that's not a time loss. It's just the time loss is just mining for the debris themselves, which
Hmm.
can be fast. Uh,
Catalog's guaranteed 30 minutes or so. Uh, yeah, maybe a little bit less, but it's very unrealistic for it to happen in a match. So I'm I'm kind of theorizing what would be the easiest out of the very hard advancements, but if I'm being honest, I don't think any of them are very likely to happen, except for maybe like super deep in the bracket where you have to get those crazy advancements to move on. We do see Silveria kind of uh, come back into this just a little bit, but she lost like 10 minutes there, so it's probably not going to result in anything, especially since Colin should be close to the stronghold at this point. All right, starting to
Yeah, we see
see.
Doug getting more. I think is it like Doug getting another Elytra? I'm not sure if. Yeah, that's the second ship.
Is it the second? I believe.
I just saw
Okay,
an
yeah.
Elytra in his inventory and he's currently wearing one, so that's
Okay,
the
yeah.
second one.
I thought you were saying that like he had a second Elytra and he was going for a third, but no, he's just gonna stick with two, I think.
Yeah, just gonna stick with it. Funberg, bookshelf blocking, trying to do the enchanting first. I think Funberg is trying to get looting 3, maybe try to force a trident.
Yeah, I think he should already have looting three. He might be trying to bookshelf block for smite though. I
Might
I,
be.
I think that sword
Or
in his
maybe
inventory
tunneling.
might already be looting. I can't 100% remember. Oh, just kidding. He took the looting on that sword. Oh, okay. He got a looting 2 sword out of that end city, so he just wanted to get another looting 2 and then give himself best chances of fast skulls. That makes sense. And then plus the Smite 4 book. So yeah, Feinberg's in a very good position here to get skulls out the way, probably faster than the other players, unless they go for a similar strategy.
Yeah, I'm just reminding that like skull rates are standardized, so everyone will get the same skull rate.
Hmm.
It's just like the how fast you kill the skeletons and how fast you can make them spawn.
Yeah.
So 5 a day will help, and maybe even like unloading other mobs if you can.
Maybe Feinberg agrees with the complete catalog thing here because he's killing fish. I guess he just wants to go for the best friends forever. Normally you see that from like a horse or something, but I think he'll opt to do that with a cat. Which,
I did notice in the first round Feinberg tried to do 2 by 2, or at least started. I
uh,
don't know what
I, I,
if
I,
he went for it.
I don't think he was actually doing 2 by 2. I think he just, I don't know, bred the hoglins for pairs of the
Yeah,
bats. I don't know what was happening there.
I don't know if breeding the Oglians for parents at the best. It's like you can just breed to cows or to pigs when you see them on the way. Usually you do have the wheat or I don't know carrots.
Yeah. We see Colin going for best friends forever here with the horse, which is a bit more of a common strategy than using the cat.
Right. Feinberg getting volunteer exile and lose the pillager now, and Doug starting to enchant.
Just to answer who's in
Think
first right now, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you should see everyone's advancement count. So currently, Feinberg is in first at 46, and then he's also first overall in the standings from last round. Doug going for Bull and Lapis here, I believe.
Sylvia a bit struggling with the mobs here. She doesn't have a sword, so just punching them into the water so she can run away.
Yeah, and as Monkey's
Yeah,
pointing out,
she's just waiting for the elimination at this point.
I definitely think Monkey's right here that Silveria had a shot to still be alive this elimination if she just wasn't paused the entire time.
Yeah,
Because
I
Colin
agree.
didn't do amazingly in this 15 minutes. Just a lot of stronghold travel.
I agree. I really much agree. I think like pausing and basically giving up, that's a really wrong play. You never know how like if you do bad, you never know how others are doing. Like maybe they did worse, maybe they died more, maybe they're slower than you. You never know that. I think just pausing and giving up in this tournament format just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Uh, it's basically saying like I don't want to play, not I think I did badly because you never know how others are doing.
true. Thank you, Helga. I keep on forgetting to update the title.
Also, Colleen just getting lapis, which is nice.
And we're down
And
to
that's
4 players now.
Retro flying back to main island instead of using the gateway. That's fine. There's just 1,000 blocks, which is fast with the rockets. It just wastes the rockets. And now the egg that fell in the portal. Now we can take it.
Nice. Feinberg's just taking care of this normal raid going on here. I believe he's on either wave 3 or 4, because that's when the witches get involved. I'm guessing wave 4, and then this would be the last wave.
Wave 4 is the witches, and it just
Yeah.
redstone, so I assume that's the witches, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's 5. Okay.
this is last wave. And then Colin should be good to enter the end right about now. But he is going to open up a portal in the stronghold, or in the portal room, I should say.
No, Retro's going the raid right now with the Pillager now, Voluntary Exile. Those two are coming together. And now the raid. I'm not sure if he entered on normal or not. And he is
Hopefully.
sleeping the night off, so that's sweet dreams as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good play from Retro. I mean, his two options were to either do the raid in the night or to play for the Thunder. And uh, I think unless Retro really wants to go for like the first place, I mean, obviously all the runners are trying to go for first place, but unless he wants to high roll on actually getting that, uh, it is definitely a better play to just make the raid easier and not have to worry about Thunder.
Yeah, I'd agree. Doing the raid instead of doing the raid on the day is much simpler. It's much easier. I do think he should have stepped up.
And this is a really bad spot to be doing raid. Not only is it spawn chunks, but the terrain is really tough with the
Yeah,
ravine
that's
right in the
the
middle.
giant window. Colleen the stronghold. That's funny. Colleen is a lot of advancements behind Retro, but I do think there's a chance for him to catch up, a good chance, because the end gives so much advancements. Uh, like getting into the end, that's two advancements. Killing the dragon, that's another two advancements.
Yeah, there's like 7 advancements or so just to get from the end. You get 2 just from entering. There's a ton. Colin's actually able to grab some extra gunpowder from this dungeon in the stronghold, which is nice. And then I didn't catch that during his enchant split, but Feinberg does have piercing on his crossbow now, so hopefully we'll be able to see our ballistic come out at some point. And also a beehive for Feinberg, so not total location, but potentially, yeah, he's right at spawn chunks right now, so he's going to set up this beehive and hopefully be able to do be our guest at some point in the round. Okay, now I guess he's not going to set up the beehive. I think that would have been a good play, given that he's right at the spawn, just to at least place it down somewhere, but I guess not. And then Doug also is able to find a swamp, and so he's going to go for a quick slime kill here, which will make his Arbalistic a lot easier.
Yeah, just having the leads that makes our ballistic much easier. Colleen lighting the portal in the portal room. Believe probably missing a rod. I'm not sure what exactly he's missing.
Is he short on ice? Does he need to like go back for more rods or
No,
something?
he has 15. Yeah, he has 15 pairs. So, and he went back to the nether, so I assume he's missing rods.
Damn.
Making a purlang to the portal.
Yep. And then, oh,
Oh,
it
the
did not
purlang
fully
didn't
hang.
work. Maybe it's spawn chunks. I'm not sure.
No, there's no spawn chunks
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
it's
nether.
the nether. Never
I think
mind.
he just didn't lower his RD enough.
That's weird. I thought he would did it really fast.
I think he lowered it in time. It was just like not enough.
Vidvio is asking if the beehive was intended.
Uh, no. But I'll say that is intended because it makes you look like a bit of a better seed finder.
Fine by killing a drowned with a trident, but he dropped the shell instead.
Very average.
Yeah. The trident rates are increased,
Hmm.
so getting a trident is a bit easier in the tournament.
And I don't know how many rods Colin needs here. I'm guessing only like one, maybe two. But
Yeah, I
it's
just don't
definitely taking him a
understand why you
while.
live on not enough rods. And maybe because he knew he was behind when he died.
Yeah, the only
It
thing I can think of is that maybe Colin threw more eyes than the other runners and maybe had one break because Colin's triangulation in the first round was not very optimal. And then we also saw him running in the overworld for this second round. So maybe he just had more eye breaks than the other runners.
Retro going for a complete catalog. I wouldn't suggest that for Retro. I would like focus on the easier advancements at this moment.
Are you sure this isn't just for like best friends?
I'm not sure, but he did get a lot of it. I'm not sure. I can't see how much from here.
Oh, but the cat eats all of
So,
his fish anyway.
yeah, that's
That is tough. No,
it's
there's no
getting more
cat
fish.
standardization. That should be fixed.
Yeah, I remember this data pack is the same used for not verifying, right?
Yeah,
I remember well. It was also, I think, like cats were the hardest thing to do because everything else was standardized.
yeah. Well, cat spawning was like the biggest thing in Not Very Frightening, but there's also like it's almost impossible to standardize cat spawning just because the types are like completely random as you load the villages. But
Oh,
the
Duck
cat,
getting the first skull. I'm not sure if he's going for the other two, but that's
nice.
at least an advancement. And total relocation to Feinberg.
Pog. And Colin, his portal didn't quite link into the stronghold portal room, but he's still able to get down into the stronghold pretty fast.
Yeah, that's the portal room. We're gonna see Colleen. The next 6 minutes. That should be enough uh, for him to do all of the end advancements, at least to leave the end.
And it looks
So
like
that's nice.
Retro's having a really hard time finding this last raider, which is a very big time loss. I mean, he's losing time every second that he's looking for this raider, but it was also a very
Yeah.
avoidable mistake if you just went to a slightly better village that wasn't in spawn chunks and didn't have caves everywhere.
But that's the thing. Let's say Colleen just let's say Retro doesn't manage to find the last raider and waste the entire 6 minutes on that. Colleen just like killing the dragon and doing the end raid. That's 7 advancement, I believe. I
Yeah,
don't think it's enough for him to catch up with Retro. So at this point, with like the time left, and also Colleen missing the perch right now. Oh wait, no, missing the perch. I'm not sure if we're gonna see Colleen continue to the next round.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for him, especially with only 5.5 minutes remaining. This deficit is way too
Yeah, he
big.
did get mint, but that's one of the seven advancement calculation I did. I think I think we won't see Colin continue.
Yep. And I think that was all just to do with Colin's triangulation and needing that
And the
extra
death at the
rod.
start.
It was just slightly slower any percent and won't quite be able to get him into the top three.
Yeah, that's why I think if Silveria didn't stop and Silveria actually kept going, maybe she could have made it in time to beat Colinio. You never know.
Yeah. All, Leon and Quivy are freaking out from the. Oh, Colin, gonna die! Sorry, I just lost my train of thought because I was watching the one cycle and Colin gets aggroed by an Enderman. Or no,
Uh,
other way around. He aggroed the Enderman.
yeah, I think Colin just paused. That's the same with what happened with Silveria. Like even if he kept going, I don't think he could have catch up. But at this point, we know he can't get out. 11 advancements in 4 minutes when you're at the overworld without anything else. Everyone else has an Elytra, and everything is faster than an Elytra. So it just that's hired help. Not doing it in the raid, which is in the raid the golem is a nice addition. Just having an extra golem to help you with the raiders, but also to the TNT raid is so fast, and this can aggro their golem. So it's a compromise.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe Retro was ever able to finish that raid in the spawn village.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We don't see the advancements that he has. Uh, Maybe he left the raider there, but then the raid might expire. And
Yeah, but it's definitely. I think he probably made the right play. He looked in a lot of caves and still couldn't find it, and at that point he's just burning time. So
yeah,
it's
that's
not.
how shiny. It's interesting that runners don't get off shiny here in the 90% split as well. I don't think it's a time loss to get it. To remove the gold armor while the piglins are bartering. It's an extra advancement to make sure you're not eliminated at the start, you know? I think every advancement counts.
Yeah,
If at least if it's a fast one that you can actually overlap.
definitely. Toshio, he was using the bell for a little bit. I saw him ring it a couple times, but probably not enough. Like he wasn't ringing it in the caves. So could have maybe done a bit
Yeah,
better
the bell
there.
radius is very small. I don't think people really understand how small it is. Like two chunks. Uh, it's very small. It is helpful if they're in the cave of you where you ring it, but it's just so annoying. You have to take it everywhere, and that's an easy for Feinberg, and we see Doug doing an easy at the same time. That's
Yeah,
funny how they're both doing an easy at the same time.
Doug is getting a bit harassed by gas behind him, but he's able to take it out pretty easily.
Yeah, two gas when you're doing an easy.
Feinberg's also going to go for a couple more gas kills just to be able to have the tears for the end again.
Yeah, that's the correct play. I don't know if he what he's gonna try to do in the last 90 seconds here. Yeah, I think he's just gonna collect it for the 90 seconds because it doesn't have time to do the end again.
Yeah.
An easy for Doug.
Feinberg popping a totem on purpose. We've seen runners become a little bit better at saving that totem until the elimination time, but
Yeah,
just to be
that's
safe,
the good play.
with a minute left,
Just
Feinberg wants to get at least one more.
yeah. Do we know what's the elimination times that referee is telling them? Because it would make sense if they're telling them 1 minute before the end that they will pop it though. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes even the times that you know the eliminations happen affect your gameplay.
Yeah, that should
Would
probably be standardized a little bit. I can,
I I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
if you just saw retros. Retro tried to do an easy, and it didn't pre-damage the Gust. And then when he moved the Gust in, the Gust actually hit itself and didn't die. But now he does. He realized that he didn't pre-damage it, so he doesn't know how much damage he has. So he just killed it and went for another Gust. And this time he did pre-damage.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good thing if the Magma Cube wasn't there. I don't think he would finish it in 20 seconds. The Gust is in a very bad place. Yeah.
But
So
I
I
mean,
think we're just gonna see Colin eliminated here.
yeah. 5 seconds left, and then yeah, if when Retro learns that he's safe for this elimination, he might just opt to move on and make sure he gets an easy before the next 15-minute mark. Just
Yeah.
because getting it right now, trying to force it in a spot where it's not ideal, I don't think is a very good play.
Yeah, I believe we're gonna see Doug doing a ballistic here.
Yep,
Placing all the mobs in the hole.
these leads are very nice, and then I actually think this setup for Retro will work, so I kind of have to eat my words there, and we'll see if it's successful.
Now ballistic for Doug. Uh, Firework getting a close nether trying to mine out. Yeah, okay.
Okay, Retro timing was a little bit weird there. Doesn't quite get it.
Yeah, didn't get it. It's pretty sad to not get an easy there. It's also scary to go back to the portal after you know that you failed. Maybe the TNT was just like blowing up.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the TNT timing looked fine. I think it was probably just too late on the RD, if I had to guess.
Doug, I think, going for Bullseye here and Fanba getting serious dedication.
Oh, wow. I didn't even see Feinberg mining for debris. That was so fast. I guess he
Yeah,
already had a few from Bastions.
that's still really fast.
He ripped an ingot from treasure. That makes sense. Okay. I was gonna say like what I didn't even see him mining at all. But okay, ingot from treasure.
Let's say it's
Maybe
the intended ingot.
yeah, intended. Hopefully Doug and Retro, maybe at least one of them will be able to
Oh,
come
well,
across the same ingot.
Retro just getting good, but the piglins here, it's. I think he's going for another on it. Yeah, he is. Let's see if the timing will be better this time.
Okay. Piglin in the overworld. He's
So
waiting.
does waste a bit of time in the nether.
TNT was a little
Hopefully,
bit late.
yeah, he
Doesn't get
wasted a
it.
lot of time in the nether. I don't think the TNT was late here. I think the nether got a load, like it's.
Yeah, over 15
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah, he
That's
did spend
tough.
a lot of time. He went back. Yeah, okay. The gust is not here.
Yeah, Verse Uneasy is one of those things that like once you learn it, it's pretty easy, honestly, as long as you just know the timings and you're practiced on it. But if you haven't done it a ton, it's hard to get it just right. There's a lot of things you need to remember.
Yeah.
Retro's Elytra actually breaks right there, but luckily he was very close to the ground. That could have been very scary if he was over lava. All right, and then I'm not sure what Feinberg's doing here. He already has serious dedication, so there's no reason to be
He just wants one debris.
mining.
So
Oh,
he don't need that.
true. Yeah. I'm so not used to people getting serious dedication before hidden in the depths. I just didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I believe in the first, again, in the very first match of most percent, there was a treasure with an ingot in there.
I don't even remember that. But yeah, that would make sense.
But I think they also had debris somewhere, so that makes sense that you didn't remember that they're doing debris as well, because just skip both of them.
Yeah.
I
Retro's
think
really
Retro is
struggling with
still
this
going
ghast.
for an easy. Yeah, if an easy takes you long, maybe like it's worth going for other advancements. If you're not that practiced with it, I do think an easy can be very fast. And
Yeah.
an easy is one of the first advances if you practice it, and one of the slow if you didn't. Like we've seen people during their first AA attempts trying to do an easy for a very long time.
Yeah.
So it
Uh,
really depends on you.
Honestly, if Retro was super behind and was taking a long time on this uneasy, I wouldn't like it wouldn't really matter that much just because he would be eliminated anyway. But it's sad to see that he's taking so long because he's so close, you know?
Yeah,
Like if he
because
wasn't spending
him and
time
Doug
here,
are very close.
if he wasn't spending time doing this uneasy, he probably would have been able to tie it up with Doug, who's now at 50.
Yeah. There's still 10 more minutes. They both have a lot of time to get advancements. It just kind of hard to see. Okay, five advancements now. The Doug paused. And Feinberg setting up bees. Still making them in two separate holes. I remember like when he found out you can put them in the same hole, it said start doing it, but I guess out of practice he's still doing it in two separate ones.
Hmm. And this is a very early Beehive setup for Feinberg, and I would guess probably early enough to be able to get a sticky situation here. It'll just really depend on how long he spends in the overworld loading these spawn
Yeah,
chunks,
I think
and if he'll
he's
actually
going
like
for
visit
that.
them.
Breeding them to get more bees. Uh, Next to T-Bugs, we know baby bees also work the same as adult bees, so just getting faster honey.
Yeah. We also see Doug down here in the depths looking for debris. His tracker also shows that he was able to pick up Hot Tourist before that, which is nice.
And we're gonna see Feinberg doing Wither.
Alright, hopefully this weather goes smoothly. Maybe not quite as smoothly as the first round, because that was
Yeah,
a
the
little
first
bit too
round Wither
smooth.
was funny to watch though.
I don't even know how that worked. It kept on moving in and out of aggro because there's a block above him. But very quick wither kill there.
That was a very fast Wither, less than a minute.
And then I think Feinberg has all the blocks that he needs to be able to. Yeah, he has a ton of gold. So Feinberg will have no issue crafting the beacon and getting it to tier 1.
Yeah, retro pausing to let some chunks load, and Doug still mining the breeze. He has two. I think he wants serious dedication, so he's gonna go for another two.
Yep.
Would be pretty sad if after he gets serious dedication, after he mines for the breeze, he find the ingot.
Yeah, that would be a little bit disappointing. But he probably should have just thought of having Feinberg luck and
Ah, yeah, of course.
being able
Just
to
assume you're gonna have Feinberg luck.
just find that treasure.
Yeah, I mean, he could use the ingot on, I don't know, Castle Lawson or something.
Oh, that is true. I don't know if he's gotten that yet, and that would be
I
still pretty
checked it.
nice.
I didn't see Lawson on.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I guess that ingot would still be useful. Last couple TNT were dug, I believe, and I don't see anything so far.
Yeah, I don't see anything as well. Oh, there's
Feinberg
one,
at
right?
64 advancements, so he is almost definitely going to be able to break this tournament record. And
What's
he's
the tournament record?
64.
Oh, okay, yeah. So now he's doing Bullseye after that.
There we
Yeah, that's
go.
65 now. That's a
65.
new tournament record.
He's broken the human limit.
And he still has about 20 more minutes for the tournament.
Yeah, so tons of time to spare.
I do say 20 because we do know he's gonna pass for the next one. We can see already with the scores 5 minutes. There's no way Retro can get up to front.
Yeah, there's a chance that Retro can catch up to Doug though. I mean, Doug's spending a
Yeah,
lot of time
definitely.
mining here, and Retro is paused right now, which isn't great, but there's a chance he can make something happen. And I think actually Doug does have enough for Serious Dedication now. He has 3 debris and then I think a scrap, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know why Retro keeps on pausing, but it's really not doing great for him. And okay, just
He
kidding.
wants to wait for chunks to load, but
Yeah,
that worked if the tournament was like in-game time base, or like almost dying with the lighter there. That was scary. One
wow.
heart left, going
Uh,
from a full life to 1 heart from one lighter rocket. That's
And then I guess Doug also didn't have that scrap because he needs 1 more debris. I assumed he had the
yes.
scrap because I saw Feinberg had it early, so I thought it might have been from the spawn bastion, but I guess not.
Oh, and Feinberg doing Herbalistic here, I think. Yeah, Herbalistic without Liz.
He's gonna have a pig, sheep, and chicken. That's the
Yeah,
only
and
moth
he
I see
has
so far.
no, he has a bucket,
Okay, yeah, yeah,
a bucket of
bucket.
salmon,
And
and I'm
what's the
not sure he might get
fifth?
another bucket of cod. I think he already had a cod, so I'm not sure if he has another one. No, Leon said 1 bucket, so
He could also do the famous horse
almost
arbalistic.
done. Oh, okay.
Either
No,
of those are good.
I mean almost and a cod, like both walk. I think a cod will be a bit faster than an armor stand here, just because you don't want to wait for the armor stand to smelt.
Oh, apparently he
Uh,
does have 2 buckets.
oh,
Leon
he does have to
average
bucket. Okay.
lying.
Yeah, Leon just lied.
Damn. Okay, so yeah, that'll make this very easy.
Yeah, if he just can get the sheep in, just the sheep just keeps ignoring him, going to the opposite direction, even though he all sweat.
Oh, I think this is the treasure bastion for Doug, maybe. Okay, no ingot.
He can't get the sheep in. There we go.
Is Doug okay? Doug, 2 hearts?
Uh,
1.5? Zero
what?
hearts? Oh, oh my god. I don't know why he took so much fall damage there.
Oh, ballistic for fine. Yeah, that. Oh, the Elytra. Okay, Retro just threw his Elytra. I didn't understand why. Okay, Doug. I think I'm not sure if he's gonna go for it back. I think that's a bit too hard to recover. Might try.
Yeah, I mean, the real question is, can Retro get 5 advancements before the
230.
elimination time? I don't think it's possible for
I,
him.
I don't think it is, but he also pauses a lot. If you can get a trident, maybe that's one. Then I can't see another one. I can't really see what advancement is gonna try to do right now.
Yeah. Feinberg actually finds a an abandoned village here, so I think he's gonna do Zombie Doctor.
Yeah, he puts it in a chat in a boat
Nice.
and making sure it doesn't despawn
I mean,
while he converts it.
yeah, it's not ever gonna despawn while it's converting, because I think when it's in its converting phase, it doesn't despawn. But uh, he doesn't want it to despawn while he's gathering the materials for that,
Yeah,
at least.
I think he just needs to boil something and to boil the weakness and to get the golden apple. Okay.
Uh,
Are the streams paused?
no, I
Oh, okay,
think
it's the internet.
internet
Yeah,
moment.
I believe like the mainstream is dying as well.
Oh, this is so bad. Why does this happen?
It's good. It's fine.
Okay.
Like, don't. I
Yeah.
guess
Okay.
it's gonna be fixed in a second.
Sorry about that, everyone. A little bit of a internet moment, but we're back and nothing has really changed. You still have Retro, a considerable amount of advancements behind Doug, who will probably be safe for this elimination, and then Feinberg is just way ahead with 66.
Yeah, Feinberg new tournament record 66. Not sure he's gonna get the the honey block. He's gonna get that at least one more than 67 will be. Uh, Not sure what else he's gonna go for, to be honest.
Yeah. Uh,
Do you think he'll get
I
to
don't know.
70 in 15 minutes?
70, I would say honestly, getting from 68 to 70 is going to be
That's
very hard. At
Yeah,
least in the
15 minutes is
Discord.
a lot, but it's really hard to get to 70 because you just run out of easy advancement. You run out of the advancement you can do fast. You still have monsters hunted, but that's hard to do. You still have like you need phantoms for that. You still have stuff like doing a full beacon, which takes a lot of time to collect the blocks. How did you get to your Furious Cocktail? Maybe Furious, like no, I think both of them are pretty much after the question. How did we get here? For sure, Furious Cocktail. It's really hard to get the slow falling.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, yeah, as you said, he's going to get Sticky Situation, probably. He's going to get Zombie Doctor. I guess there's a chance that, yeah, he'll probably have enough time to do End Again
yeah,
and
and again,
maybe Trident, but that's RNG. So that would probably be his path to 70.
yeah, at Trident, okay, I can see maybe that happens. Uh, he needs a Trident drop. He needs the. He just that 70 is just like a giant jump.
Yeah.
It's not that linear to go from 60 from 67 to 70.
Yeah, you definitely have to rely on some RNG going right.
He's making the Boeing stand to
Wait,
for the weakness.
you can't make a brewing stand with Blackstone? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think that's the only recipe that like works for cobblestone and doesn't work for like the only one that's supposed to work but doesn't. I remember like seeing a bug report on that.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's pulling the weakness. And I think he doesn't really know what to do. He just waits for the bees and the weakness at this point.
Yeah, there's not.
That's two more advancement that he's planning on, and I think he's gonna just wait after that.
Do we know
Or
if he
like
has do we know if he has all of the stuff ready to go for End Again? I know he has the
I think he
tiers.
does. I think he does.
Okay, he has
He
the
just
glass. Yeah, I think he's good.
I'm not sure what he's gonna do in the 15 minutes later. That's the thing. Like at a certain point, you just don't have anything to do because you're not going for the very hard and very long advancements. You're just going for the ones that you could get, but 15 minutes doesn't really get you that far.
Okay, fine, we'll start preparing for the End Again. Very smart. Doug dies
Oh, Doug
again
just died.
during his any percent. And oh, we actually passed the elimination a little while ago. We just forgot to talk about it. But we've been
Yeah,
down to two players for a little bit. Oh, sevens.
at this point, I don't know if Doug can catch up. He's maybe if he still had his items, he could give a small fight, just trying to beat the tournament best as well.
Yeah.
Uh, but because he doesn't have his items, 12 minutes trying to get it, it's pretty much over. But we can look at Feinberg and see if he can, in the next 12 minutes, get anything other than the End Again and Zombie Doctor.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, the only thing I can think of would be Trident. Like, and nothing else seems reasonable.
yeah, putting tons of iron bars. Like for those who don't know, iron bars in beds increase the Zombie Doctor time by a very small amount. It's like a couple of seconds faster, or maybe even less.
Yeah, but
Uh,
you can get like the 5 second zombie doctor with TAS.
I yeah, with us.
Like if all the RNG hits, because I think the way it works is like the
Yeah, every
time.
tick might double and like make the other tick like skip the other tick or just like making the ticks faster. So
The
on
theoretical
average, because it's
minimum
so
is
much,
pretty low, but it's just
yeah,
impossible.
theoretical minimum is pretty low, but it's getting the tick being doubled each time for thousands of time. That's
Yeah.
let's say if you happen to get it in an air run, you'll probably get rejected.
True, yeah.
He's not gonna do the end again. That's fair. I would have done the end again and come back here. I
Uh,
actually don't know how far away this is from spawn. So
yeah,
no, you can just set spawn. No,
I
but
honestly,
that the items won't be back.
I don't think it matters too much at this point. I think Feinberg's very confident that he won this match.
Yeah.
Uh,
Also, it doesn't really go for a try. It doesn't want to go for a try at this point. Otherwise, it would already be gone.
yeah,
Just make one of the Pingu's chunk loaders.
true, actually. I mean, that wouldn't help very much when he's in the end, because you can't load the overworld from the end.
Yeah, but like when he goes for a trident, I mean.
Yeah, yeah, that might be smart. Just complete
It was a
overkill.
joke. That's
Yeah,
just going overkill because you have time and nothing to do in this time.
yeah. I mean, this match is like, I mean, this round at least has been very one-sided since a while ago, but ever since Doug died, it was just kind of cemented.
Yeah, Doug also not doing a setup for the bees. He has the honey, but he can't take it. He just needs to place the bee. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's go. Uh,
Uh,
waiting for the stand to brew for him to get glass, take the bottle. That's very painful for him for him to say it like that.
and also, by the way, Pod, it does check for each iron bar, so having more is better, but it maxes out at like 14 iron bars, I think, or beds.
Yeah, it maxes out. It maxes out really soon.
I
So
think 14 is the max, so it just doesn't help to have more than that. And at this point, we're just doing this elimination for formality. There's really nothing Doug can do, and
yeah,
he's
and we
very
can see
far
even
behind.
Falbeck taking beds for the one cycle, just planning to kill the dragon because I think he's playing to go back. I think that's it after this zombie villager. It's gonna be the end again. And
Yeah. All right. 8 minutes remaining. Feinberg has completely optimized this end game just now, like building the portal right here, having the beds being ready to enter the second he gets zombie doctors. So uh, we will definitely see the 69 advancements coming out, but very unlikely that he'll get more than that. I guess he would just have to go for Trident.
at this point, I might ask you: do you think we'll ever see more than 71 advancement in the tournament?
I'm kind of forgetting what advancements there are. Like I'm trying to think if there's any other end game ones that would be fast.
That's
I'm
like that. You can try to go for balanced diet if you find a notch.
I think it's
Uh,
so unlikely. I don't think it
it's
will
so
happen.
unlikely, and taking the time to eat the stuff takes time. So like during the match itself, and you don't want to like take this time only if you know that you're much ahead, and you never know that.
Okay, I'll at
So
least say I don't think 71 will happen naturally, like within the hour and 15 minutes, but there is a potential chance for maybe there to be like a 70 advancement tie or something, and then people have to go for
yeah,
71.
the thing with above 70 is that I think those will be more likely if elimination if knew you won't be eliminated for taking time. Like if there's no elimination, you can spend a bit more time on doing like smaller things for the multi advancements. But because you know you might be eliminated if you spend time doing other things like just finding the foods and like growing the beetroots and stuff like that, then you know that you might get eliminated. You don't want that. You don't want to waste time on advancement that you're not sure you'll be able to do.
Hmm.
But all the multi parts like cats, 2x2, the monsters, adventuring time, I think those are not worth getting. Even Beaconator, it's
Yeah.
just really hard.
I would say maybe the easiest thing to go for as like a 70-second advancement, or maybe even 71, would potentially be uh what's it called? Furious Cocktail, but you just have to roll the phantoms. Or maybe like two
Yeah, you
birds. Like those would be
ro-
pretty
rolling the
fast.
phantoms in two birds is very unlikely. Like we've seen it during AA runs, but it just
Yeah.
you never know.
But I feel like that's probably more likely than a multi-part, honestly. I don't know.
Maybe for the finals, make phantoms spawn more
That would be
often.
that would be an interesting twist.
Yeah, people are saying in the chat that Spain is struggling with now. It doesn't really matter. There's 5 minutes, and he's planning to do just one more advancement.
Yeah. Uh, I think Feinberg's allowed to struggle at this point.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Yeah, what's
Locking
happening
himself
here?
inside the crystal.
Oh,
I think he's setting up zero.
he's gonna zero right off the respawn. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's gonna try to set up zero for the end again.
This is such overkill. Why are you doing this to Doug? He's already dead.
Should we make a gamble to see if he can do the zero? Prediction: he fine hits the zero.
uh, nah. Like I don't know. The zero's so funny. Wait, he's making multiple zero setups, I think, in case it goes
Yeah,
to like
for
the
each
different node.
tower.
I thought that might be what he's doing, like on this tower as well.
No, I don't know if yeah, maybe.
He's gonna have setups for if it's a front or a back dragon. That's that would be very funny. If he like he's sitting at a tower and then it goes the other way and he can just fly over to the other zero cycle. Oh, he doesn't know what node, yeah. This is he's just showing off at this point. He's just
3 minutes.
what's happening?
Doing it from each tower.
He's gonna make like 12 different zero cycle setups and then just fly around. Oh my god. This is
The
just
respawn animation is 40 seconds, so he wants to spawn it in the next 2 minutes.
this is absolutely insane. I think he's making all of the possible zero setups in case it goes to any different node.
Poor Doug's still trying to get advancements.
Why don't people do this in AA? It seems pretty fast to me. Just make all of the zero setups. I mean, like
Let's see if he can
yeah,
get the zero.
all of the likely setups, I should say. All right, let's see it.
Okay, he's waiting here. Oh, and falling there.
Okay, other side, and it fireballs. Nice one. It was all for nothing. It was all for nothing.
It still has time to one cycle. That's the thing.
Yeah. And yeah, looks like Feinberg has gotten the funny number and will be absolutely smashing the current tournament best.
Yeah. 68 advancement at the new tournament best.
69, I believe now. I don't think he's
Oh,
updated his tracker.
69? Okay.
Yeah. Also, my thing on OBS isn't updating. Why is that happening?
Yeah. I just checked the Tokyo.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Updated now. But yeah, 50 seconds remaining. Again, this was really just
I
like a.
wonder how much advancement that would get if he didn't die
Probably
there.
around
Slowed him.
60, maybe like low 60s.
Yeah,
I would
maybe
guess.
he's like gonna get would have gotten at least this one. I just don't think I don't think he would have maybe 61, yeah. I just don't know which one because again it is harder the more you keep going because you just run out of fast advancements.
Yeah. But all right. That
Yeah,
will
that's the
wrap
time.
things up for round number 2. We'll let the timer run out. Just there we go. Shocker, guys. Feinberg won this round. And let's take a look at the standings real quick. And as Colin was talking about in chat just a second ago, we do currently have a tie for third and fourth. So in this last round, which will be happening very shortly, the thing to be looking out for is the placement of Colin and Retro in comparison to each other, because that will determine who moves on. And then, I mean, there's a chance one of them could overtake Doug in the total standings, but yeah, this last round will determine our third and fourth spot. And if you don't know, top 3 automatically move on, and then fourth place has a chance to move on based on how they do compared to the other groups. So it's kind of like a wild card. But yeah, we will be back very shortly with the third round. And yeah, thank you for commentating with me, Deadpool.
Thank you.
All right, see you very soon. Okay, welcome back to third round. All right, as I just mentioned, in the end of the last round, the important thing to be noticing here is the standings between Colin and Retro, as they are currently tied for third right now. But we will go ahead and just get started on this third round, and we'll see how it shakes out. I'm also joined here with Inferna. Hello.
Hey.
And we will get started on this seed. So this is a fun seed. We got a shipwreck start, which is always nice to see. Shipwreck Ruin Portal is the name of the game for this seed. And this shipwreck will obviously have some gunpowder and some food in it. And then there is also a closed buried treasure. So we'll see how the runners are able to deal with this kind of unconventional seed.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I'm seeing a shipwreck seed for this tourney.
Yeah, so we saw Retro didn't even get the shipwreck at all, just immediately swam across the ocean to this outpost, which was definitely not the intended strategy, but maybe it'll work out. A little bit odd. And we can see most of the runners are able to pick up the buried treasure right under the ship and hopefully get in the nether soon. This is a very fast overworld. That's kind of the advantage to Shipwreck here, is that everything you get is very fast and get a good nether entry, but there's obviously less advancements early on, like no trading with villagers. CD place is going to be a little bit harder unless people want to craft a hoe. Yeah, and then there's also just a couple other smaller stuff, like Outpost isn't as close, but hopefully runners will
Crafting a
be able
hoe
to
shouldn't
make
really
that
matter.
up. What was that?
Crafting a hoe shouldn't really matter.
Yeah, that should be pretty
Put in
easy.
one's good enough.
Okay, and it looks like Colin's going to be the first one in the nether by the looks of things. Followed closely by Doug, and then Silveria is also heading over to the Rune Portal. So very similar nether entries from those three runners. Retro, after getting the outpost, comes back, and then we'll be doing the ship like we saw from everyone else.
Looks like Fine's trying to get a couple more overworld advancements first.
Nice. Oh, Feinberg misplaces an obsidian. That is not good. Okay, he'll just have to mine that out with a gold pick and then use the other two obsidian to relight the portal. Waffle, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that is how it's pronounced. They,
Yeah, I
Fey.
think that's how it's pronounced.
Okay. I've just been saying they because I'm not 100% sure, but that's good to know. All right, and this is a very close stable bastions, I believe. Yeah. So runners should be able to do this pretty quickly. Again,
Best Bastion.
yeah, absolutely best bastion.
No one has ever complained about its stables.
Never. And there's definitely like no RNG of if the bastion will even be good.
No, definitely not. It's just a pronoun notion.
Yep. And it looks like Doug opted to do the triple. right there. There is a double triple, so that's not the worst thing in the world to be doing. 8 gold blocks, but Feinberg and Colin are going to do more of a Feinberg, Colin, and Retro actually are all going to do kind of like
Yeah,
mid-down regular
yeah,
stables
that
route.
probably makes more sense, seeing as they want a couple more pearls.
Yep. Feinberg. Okay, not going to get another big one there, just going to kill it. And then Doug maybe gets a, yeah, very nice return to sender there. All right, and we still don't have nether entries from Silveria or Rolub. Looks like Silveria is going to opt to go to this outpost first, but I'm not sure what Rolub has been using her time on. I think maybe also the outpost, but in any case, they're looting the shipwreck now, so should be in the nether pretty quickly. Yep, and then Silveria's entering.
I think Rollups about to enter too.
Nice. Okay. In terms of pace so far, Doug is ahead by a little bit, already entering the fortress, being the first to do so. But he will be joined shortly by Retro, who just pearled over there, and then I think Feinberg's pretty much ready to leave as well.
And Fine already has a couple more advancements.
Yep, putting him at a bit of an advantage.
I'm assuming Fine wants more pearls.
That would make sense. 12 is not quite enough. That was a lot of gunpowder. Yeah, I believe it was about 15 gunpowder.
I'm assuming you placed some gunpowder there.
Yeah, I have given shipwreck seeds in the past, and one of the pieces of criticism that I got is that like playing with just 10 gunpowder is really annoying and like not fun. And especially like after the end exit, it kind of makes things painful to find more temples. So I decided to give a bit more
Yeah.
gunpowder on the seed and see if that made things a bit better.
If close cities 10 shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, uh, I don't know.
But yeah,
That
if
that
there are
might,
no close temples, then it would be pretty hard after the end.
yeah, I might have that gunpowder count go a bit lower for future shipwreck seeds, but I'm just kind of experimenting with what works right now in terms of seeds.
It's not today, thank you for Fine by shooting himself.
Uh-huh. He should also get take aim if he hasn't already. I guess he
Probably
can
soon.
get that soon, yeah.
We'll probably see it in the fort if nothing else.
Hmm. Doug blinding into a snowy biome here, which is good to remember for later in case uh, he wants to go for Zombie Doctor. And then Roleb has finally entered the Nether, being the last player to enter the Stables Bastion. But Roleb actually does have 12 advancements in comparison to Silveria's 8, so I don't... Oh, Silveria dies
Oh no.
there. Actually, not the worst death in the world. Like, if you're gonna die on a seed, this is probably the most forgiving.
Yeah.
Just because,
And Rollups is about yeah.
damn, he had 2 deaths there on the bottom 2 players, which kind of cancels out in a way.
At least the Bastion's right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very forgiving seed for deaths early on. Very, very fast Nether enter, and then very close Bastion. So not a huge deal, but very annoying nonetheless. All right, we're currently sitting at 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Doug's digging into the stronghold and he gets it. Very, very nice.
Another death for Rollup.
Damn. We can see her, or sorry, they
Yeah.
talking in them talking in their chat, saying that they probably should reset, but 0 points right now, and
It's not, yeah, with how much time is left, it's not worth it.
yeah,
Especially since they might make it a second Elam. Never mind.
yeah, it'd be nice to be able to get points on the board.
Silveria has 15 now, so it's looking much less likely.
hmm I mean, you do get a couple of advancements from the Bastion. There's War Pigs, there's Hidden in the Depths, Cutting Onions.
That's 3 right there.
Yeah, and then you'll also probably be able to get what's it called? Not quite 9 lives. Ooh, but another death coming out. Unfortunate.
Silveria doesn't have Blaze Rods yet, so that's one more.
Yeah. Apparently Feinberg forgot Oh Shiny.
Average.
Yeah, not a huge deal for the first
He'll
elimination.
get it later.
Yeah, he's safe for right now.
I think Feinberg's okay.
Yeah. All right. We currently have Feinberg in the lead at 28 advancements, but I believe that should be changing very soon, and probably Doug will pull ahead, I would guess, just because he's on slightly better pace for the any%.
Possible. I think it's more like they just like go back and forth soon.
Yeah. Yeah, because Feinberg's also pretty close to the stronghold now.
Fine's gonna get there pretty quickly.
Okay. I got a little bit scared there from Silveria in the lava, but this is fine. Right? I can't see how many hearts she's at. Okay, 2 hearts. Taking a lot of damage from a Wither there. Wither skeleton. Roll up taking another death. Yeah, and this is pretty much gonna seal the deal there for Roleb while her stream is lagging just a little bit. And it's gonna be very hard for her to come back. Sorry, them. Keep on messing that up. Oh, stream went down.
That's not good.
Let me try and fix that.
Looks like Retro is gonna be second in the end.
Okay, just kidding. This stream does not want to work. I think that's probably something on her end, which is
Yeah, their stream's
not
been
great.
lagging the whole time.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try and fix that in a second. But we do see the 1 cycle for Doug. Silveria takes a death, which, I mean, they're probably safe for this elimination, but
It's possible. Roleb's actually at 1 more advancement right now.
yeah,
And with only 2 minutes left, I don't know if Silveria can get back. I didn't see how close the fort was, but they've been struggling there for a while.
true. 2 misplaced obby for fine. I didn't see the second one, but I'm assuming that's on the stronghold blind.
Yeah. On one of the portals.
hmm Okay, Retro is just waiting on this perch right now, and then Doug, I believe, is about to enter the outer ends. Okay, yeah. So,
Bavaria pretty much has to get a Blaze Rod here.
yeah. And I think they're just gonna die. I think they're getting withered to death here.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Roleb might actually come through this first one.
It's possible. I mean, I think the path to victory would be for them to get Oh Shiny, which they just got, and then not quite 9
yeah.
lives. Their stream being very laggy does not help things.
No, but at least we have an accurate advancement count.
Yeah. Colin is going to try and grab a bit more food, and then I believe he's close to the stronghold as well.
I'm thinking maybe Fine wants Lapis right now.
Yeah,
He's
that
checking into the stronghold.
yeah, it is a bit of a I don't know what to call it, like a bit of a dank stronghold with some caves intersecting, so there's a good chance to maybe see some exposed Lapis. And as we hit the elimination time, it's actually Silveria that's in the
Yeah.
lowest position. Damn, I was not
Well, just
expecting that at
barely
all.
getting through.
Yeah, that one Blaze Rod would have saved it for Silveria, but it's not quite in time. And we're down to 5 players.
I have any
Uh,
what's happening on Roleb's screen right now?
yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on. I think they're in the trading hole, which isn't really what you want.
That's not ideal.
To answer Fudge's question, I don't think anything especially wrong went. Nothing especially wrong happened for
No,
Feinberg.
Fine just spent a little more time in the overworld
Yeah,
before the Nether.
he spent a bit more time. He also misplaced 2 obby, which I
Yeah,
guess is a bit of a time loss, but not insane.
that was like 20 seconds each. Yeah, he got a couple more overworld advancements before entering the Nether.
Yeah, Doug's on pretty solid pace right now. Uh, Not an insane lead in terms of advancement, but I think just his progression in the any percent will allow him to get advancements at a much higher rate post end, just because he'll have that Elytra much faster than Feinberg or Retro. Oh, and Retro was dead. I didn't even notice this. Retro
Yeah, I completely missed
took
Retro
a
dying.
death. That must have been like in the end or something, because Retro was the other player that was very far ahead.
Yeah,
Um,
Retro got into the end a while ago.
yeah, but this potentially gives a chance for Colin to overtake Retro, which would be very big for the total standings.
And I expect Fine to catch up to Doug at some point.
Yeah. Orlo taking another death.
Oliver, you're meant to curse Fine on this seed, not Roleb.
I didn't curse anyone. Uh, I mean, I'm glad that they're able to move on and get at least 1 point on the board, but these deaths are definitely preventable, I
Yeah,
believe. Like, it's not like some crazy Hoglin on the bridge type of situation like the first round. It's very preventable Piglin hits, as we can
yeah,
see again
they're
here.
just struggling with the Bastion.
Yeah, which is fair.
I don't think Roleb's done that much speedrunning.
Hmm. And just to give a bit of an insight, like behind the scenes, there are quite a bit of internet issues happening here. I believe during the intermission between the last round and this round, Retro's internet went out, Colin's internet went out, and Roleb's OBS crashed. Uh, so we're I'm trying my best here to make sure all these streams are okay on the mainstream, but if things start going down, that's a bit of a backstory on that. And yeah, Retro's
As
stream
for
went
saying
down.
that,
Okay, back up again. Yeah, the internets are very unstable for like majority of these runners, so sorry about that. Okay, Doug's able to pick up great view from up here. Feinberg has also made his way into an end city, and should be starting to get a lot of advancements related to that. All right. I don't want to poke too much fun at Rollup here while she's down a bit, but very funny chat message saying I don't like housing anymore. So uh, yeah, this not quite housing, but you know what? That's
No,
okay.
no, this is housing. It's fine.
Okay, yeah, no, this is housing.
If we think it's housing, then it's housing.
Yeah, no, that's fair. They don't like housing. Uh, that's okay.
Feinberg at 40 advancements. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the case. Overtaking Doug pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think he got a ton in like a 5-minute gap. His tracker just updated.
Yeah, that's actually wild. I didn't even realize.
'Cause
He
I
got
think
them
he was
so
at like
fast.
20 something.
Yeah, he got like 10 advancements. I don't know. But Doug, okay, does find the igloo with the basement in it. I believe this is very close to his stronghold. So I think what happened is he just set a bed and then is going to go and do Zombie Doctor as the first thing post end.
I'm not sure what Retro is doing right now. I would assume trying to get back to his stuff, but
Yeah,
he's been doing that for a while.
I believe the plan here for Retro is that he didn't want to like go through the Nether to get back to the end and is just opting to boat in the overworld.
Yes, that makes sense.
Uh, yeah, I don't know if I agree with it necessarily, but I think that's his play.
It's safer at least.
Yep. No one has done Nether Zombie Doctor, that is correct. And I think it is a pretty good strategy that probably will be done more as the tournament continues. But maybe I'm wrong on that prediction, and it's not as good as I think.
I don't think I've ever seen Nether Zombie Doctor.
Yeah, it's not very useful in
You
all
just
advancements.
bring it into the Nether.
Yeah, it's not very useful in all advancements just because there's so much stuff to overlap in the overworld that you don't need to do Nether. But I think in most percent you exhaust a lot of your overworld options pretty early on, and so the
Finds out of the Nether, out of the end.
nice. I think because you exhaust a lot of your overworld options, being able to overlap that zombie doctor time in the Nether's a bit smarter, depending on the seed. But I don't know. This is the same igloo, I believe, for Feinberg, the intended igloo.
Could probably still find enough to overlap with Overworld Zombie Doctor.
Yeah,
It's like the same stuff is still there to overlap. It's just you may not have the same stuff.
that's true. Um, yeah, it's not as optimal as in AA, just because you're doing a lot of multi-part stuff then, which there's no reason to do in this format. But
You typically don't overlap multi-parts as much with Zombie Doctor.
yeah, I mean, you do like some beetroot stuff. You could do like killing a stray. There's options. Maybe flying around looking, trying to get to the other snowy biomes, but none of that really applies to most percent. Okay, Colin making his way to his first end city, and will hopefully be able to make this a pretty quick outer end split.
Whereas the Collins only at 25. He probably has a couple more than it's showing.
Yeah, I think he definitely has a lot more that's showing. The last advancement that shows for him is entering the end, so there's like
Okay.
at least 3 or 4
So
that
at
he's
least
missing.
it's probably like around 30 now.
Yeah. Yeah, probably like high 20s, maybe 30.
Yeah, pronouns are next to their name on stream.
Um, all right. Yeah, I didn't see if Doug actually got the Zombie Doctor finished. It's not showing on his tracker, but in any case, he's gonna go and visit some desert temples and hopefully still have the igloo on in render. And then Feinberg, on the other hand, is using this time just to gather some wood, probably do some enchanting if I had to guess. Yeah, so gathering that wood
Probably.
for bookshelves.
I'm assuming he'll try to get piercing and silk this run.
Yep. I don't know if anyone was able to get silk from the end cities, but I don't see it on their inventory unless it's on that iron shovel.
Colin is at 33 now.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so around 30 when we were talking about it, and then he got a couple stuff from the ship just then, which will put him comfortably ahead of Retro for the time being, which is very good for his overall standings, which will probably put
Retro
him in
should
top
be able to
three.
catch up pretty quickly here.
Yeah. Oh, Colin dies to a shulker? What happened? That is really, really
What is he?
bad. I can't
He's
read
saying
it.
something in chat. I can't read that.
That I didn't even see how he died.
Well, I think Colin's still safe, at least for this Elam.
Yeah, definitely, but it's the next Elam that really
Yeah,
matters.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get back in time.
That is very surprising. I thought he was super safe inside that ship the last time I saw him.
Yeah, you don't really expect anyone to die with end busting.
Yeah, unless you don't really know what you're doing, you're like going inside of the loot rooms. It shouldn't be something that happens. Rolla
And
typing in her chat, I'm starting to think this isn't housing. After dying and re-entering this bastion like 10 times now, I think I might agree.
someone will tell them.
Yeah. I think you forgot to put the elytra on and jumped off the ship.
Oh,
No
um,
way. If that's true,
oh,
that is devastating.
I've done that a couple times.
Into the
I,
void.
I think everyone's done that at least once.
That's so tragic. I'm actually very impressed with the amount of advancement that Rollup able to get. With this amount of deaths, 23 is pretty
Yeah,
good.
Roll-Up's still doing pretty good considering everything that's happened.
Yeah, because they haven't even exited the Bastion yet. So I don't know how they got 23.
UX, you would never die like that. I mean, we have seen 33 advancements without entering the Nether before.
Yeah, that is true.
And like technically that would keep them in.
Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible to get like top 4 with very minimal nether advancements, but it's not a very good long-term play. You're not going to get
No,
probably top
yeah,
3
you
or even
can't get
top
much
2 with
higher than
that.
that.
Yeah, exactly. And Verlip hasn't gotten any village advancement, so that would definitely be a boost as well.
Yeah, that would require village advancements. Then I don't know if Roleb has done like some like stuff like tactical fishing. No, I think I see it there.
And Doug and
And
Feinberg are
then
very in sync right now, both using this Zombie Doctor time to finish up their enchants, and then they should
is
be
Doug
on their
near the
way.
snowy still?
Doug is
He's in a
not in the
desert.
snowy, but hasn't got Zombie Doctor yet, so I believe he's just like close enough to still be loading it.
It's been a while since he started it, so
Yeah, it's
hopefully he's
true.
back in range. Doesn't look like it though. I don't see a snowy.
And it's not on his tracker unless he just hasn't updated. But in any case, we will be dropping down to 4 players here with Roleb at 23 advancements. Getting point on the board at least, but
Yeah.
07s.
This point is we're just waiting on to see if Colin. No, Colin died in the void, so just seeing
Yeah.
if he can do enough overworld things to stay in it.
Now, the interesting thing here is that Retro right now is at half a heart, 1 heart. Yeah, 1 heart.
One heart. Yeah, I don't know
And
if Retro is gonna survive this.
he has no food is the big thing here.
And he still has to get into the outer end.
So if Retro dies, then him and Colin will be in the exact same position, and Colin's in a much
Yeah,
better
Colin's
spot. So this will be a really interesting third elimination, and a very impactful one for the standings.
yeah, but
Retro dies!
I think that might be it.
Yeah. That, I
I
mean,
don't see how Retro is going to be able to catch up at this point.
I don't know. You can make his way to a village or something, but I think you're probably right. It's going to be very hard.
Yeah, because he has to make up the 5 advancements in the exact same position.
I believe it's even larger than 5 advancements now, because Colin's gotten a few without updating.
Yeah, and in the same time, Colin's going to be able to get more.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, a safety bet probably would have been a good idea here.
True. Yeah.
Doug
Especially
getting out ballistic.
especially if you're entering the end with like no food. It's just not very
Yeah,
smart to
it's just worth it.
put yourself in that position.
Fine doing a raid right now.
Yep. I've got to assume that this is a normal raid because that's just been
Probably.
the go-to for
I
everyone.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to do an easy raid.
Yeah, especially when we see such high advancements counts. Post-mortal is almost
Yeah,
required.
I can't imagine Fine would do an easy raid.
Yeah, unless on a like accident or something. Okay, there's Best Friends Forever overlapping with the raid cooldown, and then we should also probably see some uh, other random stuff during the raid, maybe like a bullseye or something, or maybe like some villager trading for redstone. But he might also just focus on the raid, which is fair.
He should be fine either way here. Roleb, I think you did go out like a hero.
Yeah. One thing just to note about your run is it actually wasn't housing, so
No, it was definitely housing.
no, well, it, mm,
If we think it's housing, then it's housing.
okay, yeah, no, okay, good job on the housing. All right. The gap between Colin and Retro has only grown since we last checked in. 9 advancements now separate the two, and it's looking like an impossible mountain to climb for Retro.
Yeah, I don't see a path for this.
Okay.
I'm fine on the last wave.
Yep, putting Totem in the offhand, which is definitely smart because he's taking quite a bit of damage from this raid right now.
Yeah, it looks like Prot wasn't very good.
Yeah.
Men's cities, which we've seen in a couple matches. Totem probably about to pop.
Yeah, the issue with only going for like 2 cities max is the armor is often not very good. But if that's an issue for you, then it is a little bit of a skill issue because you just not be taking damage anyway. You know, just don't take damage. Oliver gave us double bad cap, no triple in practice. I didn't give
Oliver
you.
wants you to struggle.
Let me be clear. I didn't give you anything in practice. It was an AAFSG seed. I. That's not my fault.
Sure, T-Wags.
Village house temple sex temple creeper.
Well, no, Rosie, I don't think I know what that means.
Okay. There's not a ton to say right now that hasn't already been said. Right now it's the battle between Retro and Colin, which I don't think is gonna change.
Yeah,
And
I
then
think we know how that one's ending.
that one's ending, and then the the moment after that will be the battle between Colin and Doug, which is also looking very hard
Yeah, that
uh, to pass for Colin. And then if we're looking at the advancement difference between Doug and Feinberg, that's a little bit less, only 5 advancements separating those
it's
two.
possible.
But
I don't know how likely it is, but it's
given
possible.
given how well Feinberg's been playing in the last 2 rounds, I believe Fein will probably continue to get advancements at
Yeah,
a faster
probably.
rate. So it'll,
Especially considering he did catch up.
yeah. So for the time being, it's looking like the advancement order right now will stay the same until the end of the round, but we don't know what could happen in terms of deaths or other random stuff that.
We never know. Something could happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we talk about Feinberg like playing very well and potentially winning this round over Doug, but it's not set in stone. Feinberg has to keep on playing incredibly well in order to stay on top
Oh,
of
yeah,
Doug,
you
who
never know what could happen in tourneys.
Doug is also playing this very well. To be clear, it's just he's playing against Feinberg, so not a lot you can do. Best friends forever there for Colin. And then Doug is slightly closing this gap between him and Fine. Only 3 advancements now. And it looks like the play for Fine right now is to go for Trident, and he gets the Trident. Nice. Now, I'll be interested to see if he actually keeps it this time or is just going to go for a throwaway joke and then leave it.
Hope he keeps it. We did see Thunder last seed,
Yeah, exactly.
so it's definitely possible for him.
I think we saw Thunder in the last 2 rounds,
I
but
think
no one
so.
was able to
Yeah, no
take
one
the
used it.
opportunity.
And it doesn't really matter whether Doug or Fine wins here anyway. The overall standing should stay the same.
Yeah, exactly. There's currently a
Yeah,
2 point difference, so
I can't imagine Doug and Fine aren't first and second, whichever way it goes.
yeah. Orange Knox giving intel that apparently Feinberg slept during the raid fully, I believe, is what Orange Knox is saying. So likely no Thunder coming out for Fine.
Is Thunder not guaranteed on rain in this?
It is, but since Feinberg slept, it's like reset and very unlikely.
Is Rain reset? I thought it was just Thunder that reset on sleeping, not Rain.
No, rain as well. Both of the weather timers are reset during sleep.
I mean, it's Feinberg. It's still doable.
Yeah,
I think we've seen him get Thunder 20 minutes apart before.
he just hits the 10-minute minimum thunder. Surely.
We've seen him get Thunder 3 times in 2 hours before. It's doable.
Did that really happen?
I
I don't
think
remember that.
so. It happened one of his runs,
Damn.
and then he only used the last Thunder. He just missed the first two.
Hmm. If Retropod gets 20 advancements in 5 minutes, he'll get third place. Oh, and then
No,
yeah,
that sounds
possible Doug gets third place overall. Yeah.
yeah, no, that sounds very possible. Toshio.
Yeah, right. Here's how Doug still
20
lose.
advancements without an Elytra. It's very doable.
Yeah. It could happen. You never know. Okay, Feinberg going for reverse uneasy here. Looks like very nice terrain to make it happen. But the guess is not quite cooperating. Okay, there we go.
Should be okay.
Skeleton.
Yeah, this should be fine.
Yeah, this looks great. And then Doug is currently taking care of this raid while Colin tries to start a raid of his own here at the outpost. Okay. Let's see if this
looks
uneasy
good for
works.
fine.
Nice. And then Doug has already obtained the totem, which is good because he's getting very low. So, bit of a get out of jail free card there, even though the golem's helping him out. And there's here the village. So I'll be curious to see what the plan is here for Doug after this raid. The options I can think of are to go for like Arbalistic or something. You could enter Nether and start getting some of that stuff done, like Skulls, which is likely what Feinberg will do next here. Oh no, Feinberg's going to do Strider first and then probably Skulls after that. So there's a couple options for Doug.
Yeah, and in the last 10 minutes, Colin's only widened the gap between him and Retro.
Mm-hmm. But the gap
So,
between Feinberg and Doug is staying pretty consistent at 3 advancements.
yeah,
So I would not be surprised if Doug's able to make some magic happen.
it's definitely still possible.
Surely Feinberg dies or something, right? I mean, I would never wish that on any of the participants, but it might make the match a little bit more interesting. And I think Doug and Feinberg are so synchronized that they're looting the exact same Bridge Bastion at the exact same time. Might not be the same one, actually. But it looks like it's in a pretty similar location, so
We
nevertheless,
see
Doug
Fine
has
get the
entered.
gold. I'm assuming he'll want the gold for Beacon.
Yep. I mean, you don't need a ton of gold. 9 blocks
Yeah.
isn't a crazy
Yeah,
amount,
he'll just
but
want the 9 blocks. I don't know if he has it already or not.
yeah.
Looks like Colin's going for Sniper Duel here.
Here's how Retro can still win.
Does?
77 advancements, first place, but he needs to make something happen in 45 seconds.
I'm surprised Colin's gotten so many.
Yeah, Colin's doing very well, despite the death. and he would be doing even better if that death wasn't the case.
Yeah, he's gotten like 10 since he's gotten 10 or 15 since that death.
All right, and with 15 seconds left here, Retro will be eliminated, and we will see how our top three fare. Right now, it's looking like Colin is the best candidate, or not the best candidate, but the most likely candidate for finishing third and being eliminated next, but you never know what could happen.
I don't know that there are a path to 10 more advancements for Colin, even if Doug were to not get any.
Yeah, it'll be hard, um,
There
but
might be.
not
I don't
impossible.
know what he's done in the Nether, but it'll definitely be really hard.
hmm There's a skull for Feinberg, I think, in his hotbar, and so we'll see how the rates look to get the second and third. And then Doug will also be getting This Boat Has Legs, as well as getting the gold, like you mentioned before, for that beacon potentially.
Yeah, it looks like Doug already has enough gold for it.
Yep.
I would assume Fine does, because he's definitely planning on it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah. And then the other thing you might need some mineral blocks for is hired help. I'm looking at the tracker right now, and I don't think I see that that's done for Fine. So we'll hopefully see that later in the round. But yeah, Feinberg is ready to leave this fortress with his 3 skulls. And I guess we'll just have to wait and see on what his plan is for after that.
Feinberg get a little bit of lag, maybe.
Yeah, some ghost blocks, I think. And Colin dies to the
That,
creeper. He was so
is
low
that a
health for a
temple?
while, but
And
no,
it's thundering.
I don't think that was a temple. I think it was just like a hole that was there, and then the creeper dropped into it with him.
Well, it's thundering for Colin.
Yeah, we won't get the thunder for Feinberg because of the sleep, but
Yeah, I'm
probably
assuming
for
if he
Doug.
hadn't slept, he would have gotten the thunder.
Yeah, yeah. It would have been the same on the world file. But very possible that Doug has not slept and could potentially get a trident and very, very frightening. Unlikely, as there's just a lot more stuff to do in the nether right now, but it's an option for him potentially.
No, so we could still see Fine getting thunder.
Yeah,
Still some time left.
that's true. It's possible. But the 2 rockets for Doug is also a very large issue right now, and will probably,
He's not gonna have a great time skull farming with that.
yeah. I mean, this fortress isn't bad. There's a lot of it that's over the lava lake,
Yeah,
so
it would be nice if he could have found a Soul Sand fortress, but
mhm.
it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, getting a majority lava lake fortress is like the next best thing if you don't have soul sand. I didn't see it happen, but I just saw the total B location pop up on Fine's tracker, so that is something to keep in mind, and we'll
I
hopefully
also saw
see.
a turtle in the Nether portal.
Oh, what the fuck? Hopefully, we'll also see Fine set up those beehives at spawn soon.
Looks like he's going for some debris here.
Okay, nice, nice.
So you have no convenient ingot in a treasure on this seed.
Right, but already 2 debris in his inventory. I guess those are just from bastions.
Yeah, so that
And
should be pretty similar. You should get them pretty quickly.
yeah, doesn't even need any TNT to do this probably, but has
Probably
35
not,
anyway. Yeah.
but he may as well use them.
Okay, and then Doug's in a really bad position here. No rockets, and he's just running in the overworld, and there's not even a desert near him. So this is
Should be
gonna be
night
tough.
in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe if he can find something to do here. Does he have B-location yet?
By the looks of
Well,
things, no.
so yeah, maybe if he can find a beehive here. Okay, a
There's
couple more
2
rockets.
debris for Feinberg, giving him enough for an ingot. And even more, I guess I'll just get it anyway.
It's not really a point, but may as well.
He doesn't even need to like craft a load zone or anything, so unless he goes for the complete armor set, there's no point in getting that extra.
Yeah, there's no point spending that much time on debris.
Oh wait, Doug does have 54 gunpowder. It was just the sugarcane that was the issue.
Oh,
That's crazy. I would not have expected
yeah,
that.
that's not normally the issue.
That,
So it
yeah,
should be fine now.
very surprising. Colin, at this point, is definitely going to be eliminated. There's no chance you get
Yeah, I
9
don't think there's anything for
advancements.
Colin to do.
But honestly, played very well up until the death.
Played
And
very well after the death.
true, there, yeah, before and after the deaths. But
You got a
this
surprising amount of stuff.
this will secure a 3rd place overall position for Colin, meaning he's guaranteed to move on, which is very exciting. And then Retropog in 4th, which uh, means he has
And
a decent chance of moving on, but not guaranteed.
how many points does that leave Retropug with?
Total, let me check. Uh, 7 points total for Retropog, and then it'll be 8 for Colin, I
There might
believe.
be a chance.
Yeah. 7's a decent amount of points. But I mean, we'll have no way of knowing until the other matches. All right. The plan for Feinberg right now is potentially going to be smelting this debris, crafting a bit more bread, and then okay, no, wither
Wither.
first. That makes sense, and then probably debris after that, and then also like setting up
And he
honey.
has an enchanted bow this time, so should be much more comfortable.
Yeah.
So
And
he
this will
did just the last wither wasn't exactly hard either.
Yeah, but this is like the exact same kind of order of operations that he did in the last round, which I think worked out very well. Is killing the Wither, and then you kind of do your end game stuff, which is just all in one place. You build the beacon, you overlap some like smelting some glass, what am I forgetting? Salt the debris, set up
Looks like
bees.
Doug's trying to do reverse uneasy here.
Okay, this looks like pretty good terrain.
Doesn't have the fishing rod yet.
Wither dead for Feinberg,
I think so too,
and
Toshio.
yeah, I don't know what happened. That would be cool to look into as like a legitimate strat. But I don't think it's better than just doing Wither Cage,
I think
honestly.
I think cave or end wither or your setup is probably all better than that.
Yeah, but it would be kind of cool to figure out how that works just for fun. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that before.
Fine misplacing the beacon.
Yeah, he figures out that replacing the gold is probably just the easiest thing to do there. And actually, he has to replace the beacon. Oh no, he doesn't. For some reason, I thought if you place the base of the beacon after the beacon itself, it doesn't update.
I don't think I've ever tried doing that, so I wouldn't really know.
I know, like, if you... I can't remember what I'm thinking of. I think if you build, like, the
And
tier
that's
1 beacon and
uneasy
then
for Doug.
build the rest of it under, then it doesn't update or something. I don't know.
I don't know. You don't really see people not placing beacon last.
That's true. I guess this is a pretty niche situation.
Not sure why Doug's just taking so much fall damage right now.
I think he was just trying to get down for debris. And he's caught himself in a bit of a pickle. A lot of lava, but he's fine.
Yeah, his armor is pretty good.
Yeah, and that golden apple helped out a lot as well.
I'm
This
assuming the
looks...
End Cities gave him fire prot instead of regular prot.
Wait, what? Say that again?
I'm assuming they got some fire prot from the End Cities instead of regular prot because
You mean
their
the
armor
bash?
wasn't.
Like, oh, fire prot from the on the armor. Yeah, that
Yeah,
is probably the case.
their armor wasn't great for the raids.
Yeah, not great with the rate, unless Doug went to like an extra city or something that I didn't notice and got something that Farnberg didn't. But no, you're probably right that it's just fire prot. Hi, Pingu. Alright, Feinberg going
Feinberg
for
going for Herbalistic.
leadless arbalistic. Doug finds a one vein of debris there, and okay, I thought Doug might have some of the debris that Feinberg had earlier, but that is
Leadless
not the
Herbalistic
case.
is a little interesting.
Yeah. There was actually, I know for sure there was at least one ancient debris in the spawn bastion, so I'd be surprised if Doug didn't get that, at least. But maybe it's just in his shulker box or something. Doug has a decent amount of TNT here, so this debris shouldn't take too long as it doesn't get rolled.
Feinberg's just gonna casually beat the old advanced tourney record with 15 minutes left again.
Yeah, he's close to it. I think he,
Yeah, he
I think he
should
was
get
at
it on this Herbalistic.
he was on the like pretty much the exact same pace last time, around
He was a
64, and at the 1 hour.
Uh, I think he was a couple minutes faster last seed.
Okay.
So he had 64, but with 20 minutes left.
20. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yes, it's just a bit faster. But Fine hasn't done Be Our Guest or Sticky Situation, I don't think. Maybe he's done Be Our Guest, but I don't see it.
And Herbalistic is already one thing he didn't have last run.
Right. Okay, so I'm not sure what the play is for Feinberg or what he's missing. I can't think of anything that he hasn't done yet, but I'm definitely forgetting something.
Some
And
endgame
again,
stuff.
and again, he hasn't actually done serious dedication.
Yeah,
Oh no, he
he
has.
has all the stuff for end again.
Yeah, there's throwaway joke that will get him up
And then
to 65, and again will be 66. I don't know where the other three advancements that he got last round are.
is it the bees maybe?
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, that's two. And then there's something else that he hasn't gotten. Interesting.
He's at 65 right now, I think.
Yeah, and then he'll be at 68
8.
once he's done end again and bees.
I can't think of what the one more is.
Huh. Maybe just something like stupid that isn't done
It
yet.
probably is.
He's done Zombie Doctor.
I'm
That
assuming he
was,
got serious dedication.
yeah, he has done
Yeah, I
that.
see it.
I don't know. And Fiber
Guess it
didn't even
doesn't.
have Fiber didn't even have throwaway joke last time, so it's like two unaccounted for advancements.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but just
I
interesting to
don't.
think
I
about.
don't think. I don't think Doug's catching up at this point.
Yeah, that's true. And speaking of eliminations, 5 seconds left, and Colin Henry will be eliminated. Very well played from him, putting him in third place overall, but not quite enough for top two.
She was saying Fine had throwaway joke last time.
Oh, he did? Okay. Sniper duel?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe Sniper Duel.
I don't
I
know.
don't remember him getting it, but I can't really see on the tracker right now.
I don't see Sniper Duel on the tracker, so that might be it.
Not sure why he's getting fish.
The complete catalog! He's gonna do it! Oh, he's at 21 fish already. Is he actually gonna go
I
for complete
guess.
catalog? That would be so funny.
I guess he may as well.
Are
Should
we
probably do end again first.
Yeah, that's true. But a complete catalog would be very hype. I don't think he's gonna finish
Probably
it
try to
though.
get these and end again done first.
Even if he
'Cause I
started complete,
don't.
even if he started cats right now, I don't think he's finishing it. I'm gonna be honest.
It's possible if he gets really lucky. I don't think it's too likely.
Especially with the time, as you were saying, to do the other stuff first. But you never know. Also, he doesn't have to get bees right now. He can always just do the end again, go for cats, and then death reset like right before the elimination time and finish. Okay, just kidding. He gets it now. There's sticky situation, and he will be going not to the end. Okay. I would have expected him to immediately go to the end there for 68, but I guess not. And he'll go for cats first. Feel strongman.
I guess he has time.
Yeah. And this will also be the first time in the bracket so far that someone has ended a round with 15 points, meaning they got first in every single round. Which
Average
is,
Feinberg match.
yeah, very average.
I personally want to see a successful zero cycle after the respawn.
That would be a good redemption. I don't know if he remembers
You
if
know,
it's front or
I
back dragon.
I think that would be better than a complete catalog at this point.
Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Colin, and well played.
Going for Sniper Duel. So yeah, that one I guess was one of the missing ones. Yeah, Colin, you did really well after dying.
Feinberg will win. Not if Doug has anything to say about it. He only's down by 10 advancements, so
Only 10 advancements in 11 minutes.
Doug can make this happen. He just needs to play out of his mind, and impossibly so.
It just needs to be a Taz for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Two skulls so far for Doug, I believe. Just trying to get the last one. So when we were designing, me and CTM, when we were designing the overlay for this tracker, I specifically said, like, no, you don't need to put any of the multi-part uh, requirements on the tracker because no one will really go for that. But
Well,
now I'm eating my words, and it would be nice to see
yeah.
what Katya has left. But I didn't even think this would be something that would happen. Complete catalog is
It's
wild.
interesting to think of how Fine can get almost 70 in an hour 15, but world
Yeah,
record takes another hour and a half.
yeah, it just goes to show how much RNG
Yeah.
and
Those last
time
10 advancements,
there is there. It's wild. How do we get here makes up so much of that. How do we get here and adventuring time are pretty much just the killers. Those take so long. Everything else kind of
yeah.
just follows after
Do we
that.
know what how do we get here percent world record is?
Like an hour 30, I think. Maybe an hour 40,
Okay.
something between that. He needs 4 cats left.
Oh,
Wow.
is
That's
if he actually pulls this off. He's just getting all the cats now.
assuming Toshio is correct. That should be 3 cats remaining.
We are trusting Fine Chat here, but hopefully that's fine.
It would be nice to know what cats exactly he needs. Apparently it's
Toshio just said it.
Tabby Jelly Calico. Okay. I would love to see this happen. And it
Yeah,
seems possible.
I
I
think he might go for end again first.
Yeah.
Only Feinberg could just start cats with like 12 minutes left and almost get them, or actually get them.
Yeah, very impressive. And we might see the first 70 bomb. That would be so wild to see 70 advancements in this
Do you
format.
have anything else left other than cats to do?
No, just the end again.
And end again?
Yeah, just, I mean, after that, I don't know what else you can do.
Assuming Doug got all his skulls, he's probably gonna go do Wither and Beacon now.
Yep, he has more than enough gold for the beacon, and I mean, we'll probably see a similar setup to Feinberg, where he just sets up his beacon and bees and starts smelting stuff all at spawn. But there's just no time. Honestly, 60 advancements is very respectable. Um,
Yeah, 60 is really good, and he might be able to get to like 63, 64.
yeah, given that the record before today was 64, 60 is a very solid performance. And I mean, it gets a little bit shadowed by Feinberg here, but it shouldn't go
But yeah, it's still
unrecognized.
really good.
Yeah. Feinberg isn't quite hitting the RNG that he needs on the cats. At this point, I don't even care that much about the winner of this match. I just really want to see a complete catalog. 2 cats remaining, only 5 fish, so he's probably gonna have to go kill more
Don't know
later.
if this is doable. I don't know if both cats and end again are doable at this point.
Yeah,
He gets them really fast.
yeah, 70's probably out of the question, but might be able to get 69 with complete catalog, which would still be cool.
Yeah, 64 is obviously the human limit.
No one's ever gotten more than 64 advancements. Ever. Not even in
I, I
AA.
think I think Feinberg just isn't human. That's the more realistic explanation here.
Yeah. Even in all advancements, I don't think I've seen anyone get more than 64.
Oh, that is unfortunate with the Cave Wither. Should still be fine.
If Feinberg was just going for most of the advancements, he would have stopped like 15 minutes in when he had 41. Or more like 20 minutes, but you get the idea. Okay, this complete catalog is looking to be much less likely now. He's not even near any biomes with villages.
Not sure. I'm not sure if he's gonna do end again or if he's just gonna try and force complete catalog.
I'd like to see the Force.
I think he's probably just gonna force it. I think he knows he's won at this point.
Yeah, and even if he hasn't, he still places first overall. So
I mean, yeah, he knows either way he's first, but he's probably also first this round.
all right, I'd like to see Doug get at least one more advancement before the time runs out, but I don't know if that's realistic. Getting 63 would be very hype for Doug the Pig.
Yeah, he just got Beacon and Wither.
Yep.
Did he just get Beacon?
Oh no, he hasn't
No,
got
he's
Beacon
about
yet.
to get Beacon.
So that's the one more advancement. Very
Yeah.
cool. Pog, 63 for Doug. Likely 69 here for
Maybe one
Fine.
more. I don't know what the one more is, but maybe.
Imagine. Oh, he could do end again. That's
Could
very
do end
possible
again.
for him.
Yeah, there should be enough time if he goes fast. It looks like Fine might go for end again now.
Yeah. Doug getting 64 would be super hype.
I'm sure Leon would be very happy about that.
Yeah. Doug might reach the human limit. Not be able to go beyond it, obviously, but he might be able to reach the human limit.
Yeah, Doug's been playing really well the whole match. Fine's just going for cats now. He might just be going for
Yeah.
cats.
I thought he was going to go for end again real quick just
Yeah,
to
I
secure his
thought
spot.
he would because he already has all the stuff. Or okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess he is.
Okay. Oh, right, because he didn't hit the stronghold on his second portal during the 80%. That makes more sense.
I think we'll see another 69 from Fine.
Yep. 70
And
is
then
very hard to
maybe
obtain.
64 from Doug if he can get there in time.
I don't know if we'll see any 70s during the group stages. It's a very
Probably. I can't imagine we will at this point.
yeah.
And he's gonna do it. I think it would be fine.
But I think it's very likely, if not the next stage of the bracket, by the end of the
At
tournament.
some point we'll probably see it.
But only about a minute and a half left here. Doug
Don't
probably
think
going to be
Doug
able
has
to.
enough time.
No.
It depends
really.
on Nav. Depends on how fast he can get into the stronghold and Nav. Probably not.
Yeah, Doug set the stronghold like right now. He's pretty much at his dig down. No, it's not going to happen. I don't think.
I don't think so because he needs 45 seconds.
Damn. I think it's just 40 seconds, by the way.
Okay.
So surely that 5 seconds saves him.
Surely the 5 seconds makes the difference. And he's right here, so
It's
he still has to
barely
craft
off.
them.
He
still has to craft them.
Yeah, it's so barely off. Sad to see.
Don't think he's gonna be able to do this.
Yeah, it's impossible. Damn.
Maybe with another 5 seconds.
Yeah, this ended the same way as the last round as well, where he just he doesn't have pearls either.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, so
Okay.
just like a minute off there. from 64, but 63 is a very respectable finish, and Feinberg being only 2 cats away from 70 is wild,
I think we'll see him get at one of these matches.
for sure. If not with complete catalog, then just getting 70 by some other means, I think is very likely. Maybe like
He'll
very, very
probably get
frightening
like,
match.
yeah, very, very frightening should happen at some point. And it would have happened this match if he hadn't slept.
True. Actually true. He had the trident and everything. I mean, no channeling, but it was very
Obviously,
likely.
he didn't know that it would thunder, but we know it did, or it would have. Yeah, that's time's up.
Yep. That will be the last elimination, being Doug there. Feinberg finishes with 69, Doug with 63.
Unfortunately,
Uh,
Feinberg couldn't get the cats.
Let me update the leaderboard real quick. If I haven't done my mental math incorrectly.
I think Fine had channel. He just slept, so he didn't get thunder.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, here are the final standings. Feinberg being the first player to finish with 15 total
And
points.
then Doug
meaning
getting fourth every round.
Yeah, exactly. So we get a first every round and a second every round for Feinberg and Doug, which is pretty much a perfect match for Feinberg. Very impressive, and definitely sets the bar for uh, like what the top level matches will look like later down the line. But we are going to have Feinberg for an interview real quick, so we can get his thoughts. Hello, Fine.
What's up?
How did those matches feel for you?
I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was at 4 p.m. tonight instead of 3. So I was a little bit sleepy in the first one and I died, so I mean I kinda checked out.
Yeah.
But then I like the groove in it because I didn't practice like last night or today, so obviously there's like always the slight differences in like playing actual AA. Like you're not doing any shulker,
Yeah.
you're not doing like as much enchanting, you're leaving off of like basically nothing in the end cities. So obviously like no foods, no like everything almost like for the big advancements. So it was weird, and that I kind of like was figuring that out in the first one, but then I kind of went beast mode in the last two, and I'm super disappointed that I'm 2.5 minutes slow on the cats, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really
Oh,
wanted you to get those cats.
That would have been so cool.
man.
First 70 bomb.
It's definitely possible.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
What do you think will be like the limit for this once this format gets super optimized? We were thinking like 71 is possible with very, very frightening as well.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say if I just like didn't sleep and like timed my raid better, and then
Yeah, you would have gotten thunder if you hadn't slept.
oh, it's like set for everyone to. Is it set for like all the
Mm,
seeds to always
We
happen
saw,
within the
we
first?
saw it on a different seed that it did happen, so it would have
Okay.
happened for you.
yeah, but it's not guaranteed to happen every round.
Okay, but like it happens at the same time for everyone if it
Yeah.
does happen.
Yes,
Okay, cool.
and
Yeah.
we saw it on someone else's stream.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I honestly just wasn't even thinking about it, and then I got the try, and I was like, "Oh, that was stupid."
Yeah.
Yeah, 71. I mean, like, phantoms are so hard though, because you have like 3 minutes, unless it's somehow
Yeah.
like thunders at an hour, and then you have like 10 minutes to get phantoms.
That
Then
would
it's
be
like a little more
crazy.
realistic. Obviously, you can still get them at like 111. It's just like harder.
Then you still have to
And
sleep after that.
yeah, exactly. I mean, so you can't like be right at the end. And then I don't know. I mean, especially like because if you're doing 71, you have to do cats, right? Like I think.
Yeah, nothing else seems
Yeah.
So
realistic.
it's just like I think you have to spend time on cats instead of you're moving or like flying around a ton at the end of the run. Because I don't think it's worth to like front load the cats. Like I don't think you should do them as you go.
You did
In
spend a
case
lot
like
of time in oceans.
yeah.
Yeah,
You're
I
thinking
think
like
especially during the first round, I think you were kind of just getting used to the format a bit and maybe just exploring biomes too
getting
much.
like remembering what I was doing. Also, I there was like no I couldn't find a temple or something in the first round, maybe or something. I remember Maybe it was tempo. Maybe it was something else. It was like
Uh,
slow. Also on top of me. Oh, I was trying to find Silk Touch. I spent like
okay.
8 minutes finding
yeah,
room portals, and I just whiffed Silk Touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
messed up. But I got it here first try, so that was nice.
And then I think the second round had it in the end city, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I got it in the second round from the End City.
Okay,
So
nice.
that was easy. But yeah, I think cats are cool. I didn't think about cats at all until literally this seed. Like even in like the small amount of practice I've done, I've never even thought about cats.
Yeah, I think the
Um,
cats will definitely happen at some point.
But that felt so fast. Like I got 8 in like 3 minutes. God, felt so good, man.
Yeah.
You
By
did.
the
We
time
didn't
I
expect you
by the time I
close.
realized that you were even going for cats, my chat was saying that he only had like 3 or 4 left. So you definitely
Yeah,
did an okay job kind of mixing it in at the end there.
definitely
Uh,
doable.
but yeah, very well played. You're also the first person to have first place on all 3 of the rounds, so very impressive.
Hog.
And yeah, I believe that will be about it. I think I heard you're going to be doing more AA after this. Is that right?
I might be. I don't actually know what I'm gonna do with my life, so you can rate somebody else.
Okay.
I
Sounds
think.
good.
Silver saying cover me debris might be doable. That's another advancement.
It's possible. You just need.
Maybe if you get a lot
You
from
don't get
gas.
enough like you don't get enough TNT though. You should stop like 3 tempos. It's weird. We'll put the greatest minds in the lab. We'll think about 71 and 72. We'll take another gander because I don't think there was any pace in any of the other seeds ever where like people were just done. Like I was just done. I had like 5 minutes left. I was just
Yeah.
done.
Hmm.
Like I zombie doctor at the end of that last seed. I was just sitting there the whole time. Like I wasn't doing anything. I could have been doing cats in that seed, and then obviously here I started to do cats. But we'll hit the lab. We'll figure it out. We'll see if it's 72 is possible or something.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and again, congratulations.
Yeah, GG's. Seeds were fun today. I like this last one with the shipwreck and the room portal. That was fun.
Yeah, the gunpowder amount might be a little bit unrealistic for real shipwrecks, but it kind of makes it viable.
Yeah, did you put some in there?
Yeah, just a little
A little
bit,
bit.
you know.
Nice.
But okay, I think we're gonna go ahead and find someone to raid.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Cool.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think we're gonna go ahead and raid like Specner or maybe Davey. I don't think anyone's doing AA right now. Okay, we'll just go ahead and raid.
If anyone would know, it would be Deadpool.
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and raid Specner. He's doing runs right now, and he also has an upcoming tournament. So if you're interested in more kind of like Minecraft competition, Specner is definitely someone to check out. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Go ahead and wish Specner some luck on his runs, and then for the next match, it will be next weekend, next Friday actually. So next weekend is going to be a huge match. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday we'll all have matches. So yeah. And also before I end here, I just want to say thank you real quick. I just hit 1,000 followers, so really appreciate all the support, and yeah, gonna look forward to more matches in the future.
Congrats, Oliver.
Thank you, thank you.
Bye,
But okay.
Jed.